Conquest manual in another world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 Beyond Fern. As a top Special Forces soldier, Lin Ziming has naturally learned some medical skills. After all, when performing missions in the wild, it is impossible to give you the most suitable temperature of 25 degrees every time. Ice and snow, deserts and Gobi are the norm. Therefore, each Special Forces soldier will have some knowledge in various technology trees. These medical skills include both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, and the actual combat level may not be comparable to that of an ordinary outpatient physician. But he is still more discerning in terms of acute symptoms. Therefore, through Qilin's description, Lin Ziming subconsciously jumped out of three possibilities in his mind: diarrhea, intestinal cancer, and dysentery. According to Qilin, Xianfern is a common high-fat case behind the entire Xianyu Mountains, so he quickly ruled out the first two possibilities. In this way, there is only one answer: dysentery. Speaking of dysentery, the first thing to make clear is that dysentery is different from malaria, and many people easily confuse them. Malaria is a disease transmitted by mosquitoes. Although it is also accompanied by diarrhea, it basically does not show symptoms of pus and blood. Dysentery is more terrifying than malaria. In ancient times and even in some underdeveloped areas of modern times, dysentery is an infectious disease at the level of children crying at night, and it will kill people if they are infected. For example, Chen Lin, who cured Xiao Xiao's headache, and the famous Su Shi, both died of dysentery. There is even an event that has not been verified by historians, but is very consistent with the timeline, which is the famous Three Kingdoms Plague. At that time, 5 of the 7 sages of Jinan, including Chen Lin, were taken away in one wave, and then Lu Su and others were taken away in another wave. Although except for Chen Lin, who is clearly recorded to have died of dysentery, the original words of the history books for the deaths of the rest of the people were a great epidemic that year, but judging from the timeline, the possibility of dysentery is actually very high. In addition to the local area, let alone the West. I don't know how many ancient Western kings died of diseases such as dysentery, and their small national destiny fell apart. In the history of many civilizations, only China and Egypt after the AD clearly had the means to treat dysentery. Needless to say, the credit belongs to China. 80% of the cures of ancient serious diseases are attributed to Zhang Hongjing's treatise on febrile and miscellaneous diseases. The prescription Zhang Hongjing concluded was Bai Tao Weng decoction. Modern medicine has proven that Bai Tao Weng has obvious anti-amoeba and trichomonas killing effects. Attached oil. 10.2991 MEB 15-2015-179, Copenhagen University Medical Laboratory Report, and bacterial dysentery is exactly amoeba dysentery. Except for China. Egypt's method is more physical. Doesn't dysentery occur in the intestines? Then we wash the intestines. Just like killing all the enemies is considered stealth. Empty all the contents of your intestines, and naturally there will be no bacteria. Egyptian doctors will let patients drink a potion with dried coriander fruit powder as the main ingredient to relieve spasms and cleanse the intestines. The enema medicine is made of a mixture of honey, fermented viscose, sweet beer and salt. The utensil used is a copper horn-like thing, and the thinner end is shaped like a bird's beak. The following picture is indescribable, you can imagine it yourself. However, no matter which of the above methods, the cure rate for dysentery is not 100%. According to historical records, the actual effect is about 60%. Sometimes it is even lower. But even this ratio is an unimaginable miracle in ancient times. The sight returns to the tent. Hearing Lin Ziming's light call, it was indeed a light call for the barbarians with such loud voices. Qilin was immediately attracted to his attention. Why, Manager Lin, you also know about Xianfern? If I remember correctly, Xianfern is a disease that is rarely seen in the central region, right? Lin Ziming smiled at him and said, Commander Qilin, this is wrong. You may not understand that my ancestors in Qi County have been practicing medicine for generations, and all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases have been recorded in a book called Barefoot Doctor's Manual. From a pathological point of view, Xianfern seems to be a disease we are familiar with, and we already have a treatment method for this disease with a very high cure rate and very low cost. Ahem, Not particularly high cost. Qiling's eyes widened immediately. Really? Can the central region cure Shinefern with ordinary means? Looking at the somewhat excited Qiling, Lin Ziming thought carefully and added, if Shinefern is dysentery, then there is definitely no problem. However, this brother's condition still needs to be seen by our professional doctors before we can have a final conclusion. Hearing this, Qiling couldn't help but say anxiously, Manager Lin, may I ask if the doctor you mentioned is free now? Can you ask him to come over? I don't know if it was the translation problem mentioned by Master Yuan or Qilong's own attitude change. This time Qilong's address was rarely changed to you. Looking at the somewhat excited Qilong, Lin Ziming hurriedly comforted him. Qilong Commander, don't worry, leave this matter to me. If nothing unexpected happens, the doctor will be here soon. After saying that, Lin Ziming hurriedly said goodbye and returned to Qi County. Half an hour later, he returned again with the medical staff that the command center had prepared in advance through the recorder. The person who performed the inspection task this time was Bao Xin, the director of the First People's Hospital of Modu, and one of the important personnel who arrived in the Great Mo realm with the team for the first time. It was just that due to some force majeure, some of Bao Xin's research projects were relatively low-key. Therefore, in the past period of time, his presence was not strong. However, presence and ability are two different things. Although Bao Xin is not a big shot at the academician level, he is at least a leader of the Modu Health Expert Group, and can even be regarded as an imperial doctor. Therefore, his level is naturally needless to say. To some extent, the barbarian who was always lucky enough to get a rare appointment with an expert. Of course, the premise of luck was that he didn't die. After arriving at the camp, Bao Xin, wearing protective clothing, first led people to deal with the scene. The tent was soon filled with the smell of 84 disinfectant. When everything was ready, Bao Xin entered the tent with Qilong and Shi Yin, who looked like is this the central domain style. Lin Ziming and Wang Qiang stayed outside the tent waiting. After all, everyone has their own expertise, and there was no point for them to go in now except to take up space. Since they had nothing to do, the two of them simply took out their mobile phones and played Sudoku on the camp's LAN. After about 2 hours, there was finally movement in the tent. Bao Xin walked out alone. After untying the medical mask, it was obvious that there were many marks on his cheeks and neck. Bao Xin ignored it and said to Lin Ziming with a smile, Colonel Lin, I am glad to have fulfilled my mission. The patient named Gu Tong inside did have dysentery. Specifically, it belongs to the category of bacterial disease, also known as shigellosis. However, his condition is already critical, close to shock and dementia. Therefore, we performed a large operation on him, and injected him with rehydration salts and levofloxacin. He just needs to wait for recovery. Chapter 377 Wang Qiang, me again? Lin Ziming took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, handed it to Bao Xin, and said with emotion, Dean Bao, thank you for your hard work. Have a drink of water. The situation seems to be similar to what I expected. My knowledge of first aid has not been learned in vain. By the way, Dean Bao, have you told Qiling the rest of this sentence? Bao Xin gulped down most of the bottle of water, then wiped the corner of his mouth and said, Of course I did. The big brother was still emotionally stable, but he kept staring at my white coat and injection needle. I saw that he was curious, so I injected him with a tube of glucose, and he is still clamoring for another shot. Lin Ziming was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly thought of something and asked, Academician Bao, have you found out the reason why the barbarians are infected with dysentery? Bao Xin nodded lightly, and his expression became serious. It's almost analyzed. After all, we have explored the transmission mode of dysentery very clearly. The causative bacteria of dysentery is Shigella dysenteriae, which is mainly related to food hygiene. The barbarians have very primitive eating habits, and sometimes they even eat raw meat. This provides a breeding ground for the accumulation of various pathogens. To put it bluntly, it would be strange if they didn't get sick. In addition, there is another point. Because of the barbarians' practice of body refining, their body functions are much higher than ordinary people. But this kind of body only provides a kind of resistance, which cannot kill the bacteria in the environment. In other words, the bacteria will stay there for years and months, and the number will increase, but they can't break through the human body's defense. When the bacteria accumulate to a certain amount, mutations often occur. Or the barbarians are injured and are in a period of weakened resistance. In this case, dysentery will naturally break out. Of course, The specific pathogenic model still needs samples to simulate and restore, but generally speaking, this is the situation. Lin Ziming nodded suddenly. So that's it. Baozin's meaning is very clear. Even if everyone in the barbarian tribe is Thanos, as long as their living and hygienic habits do not improve, the living environment of various bacteria will not be affected. For example, an area where a pile of rotten meat is piled up is a natural breeding ground for various pathogens. To put it simply, people live with people, and bacteria live with bacteria. The two sides do not have any intersection because of the human body's immunity. Once the barbarians are in a weak period or the bacteria mutate, a large-scale infectious disease will break out. At this point, the rabbits have done what they should do, and the rest is to wait for the drug to take effect. Levofloxacin is a chemically synthesized fluoroquinolone antibacterial drug. Although it is different from antibiotics, its effect is actually not much different from that of antibiotics. Therefore, its efficacy will not appear immediately and it takes a certain amount of time. 3 hours later, just when Baozin, Lin Ziming, Wang Qiang and Shi Yin, who came out not long ago, were playing mahjong happily, the tent was suddenly opened. Qi Long rushed out of the tent in a hurry, and said excitedly, "Manager Lin, Gu Tong is awake." Gu Tong is one of Qi Long's childhood friends, and the two have a very close relationship. Therefore, Qi Long is naturally very happy about Gu Tong's improvement. In addition, more importantly, after Gu Tong woke up, the accompanying doctor used a secret method to examine Gu Tong's body. The final conclusion was that Gu Tong's body was recovering rapidly and he only needed to rest for a few days to recover. This meant that Qi County City really had a drug that could suppress the fern. Even if this drug could not cure the fern permanently, as long as the cost was low enough, it would be fine to take it once the disease broke out. According to what Baozin said during the operation, given the barbarian's physique, even children could take this drug normally. To put it bluntly, this was the hope of the Yange tribe. Therefore, after rushing to Lin Ziming, Qi Long's first words were, "Manager Lin, how much is the drug that can cure the fern?" "I want it all." Looking at the excited Qi Long, Lin Ziming quietly exchanged glances with Baozin. The fish was hooked. Then Lin Ziming coughed lightly and said, "According to the command center, Commander Qilin, since we have taken out this medicine, it means that it can also be used as part of the transaction. Let me introduce it in detail. Brother Gu Tong's condition is too bad, so we use injections. For most patients, they can suppress the disease by taking it orally. This medicine is called levofloxacin tablets, 10 tablets per box, 1 tablet each time. Every 7th of Amori takes 2 to 3 tablets, and basically 1 box can cure 1 person. As for the price, it is not very expensive. 1 shishi can be exchanged for a box of levofloxacin tablets." Listening to Lin Ziming's offer, Qiling's eyes suddenly lit up as if they were charged. 1 shishi can be exchanged for a box of levofloxacin tablets. According to the exchange rate of 10 to 1 between shishi and lingshi, 1 lingshi can buy 10 boxes of levofloxacin tablets. 1 box can cure 1 person, and 1 lingshi can cure 10 people. The price of a kingning pill in the central area is 3 lingshi per pill. The price difference between the two sides is nearly 30 times. Then Lin Ziming continued, "Of course. In order to achieve the situation of no recurrence or less recurrence, I suggest that you consider customizing a set of our sterilization system and sanitation system. With this system, I can guarantee you that the annual serious illness rate of Shanghai ferns will not be higher than 8%, and the mortality rate will not be higher than 2 in 10,000. Qilin was originally calculating the price of levofloxacin tablets, and was shocked again when he heard this. Is it really so effective? How much does it cost? Lin Ziming's mouth twitched slightly. It's not very expensive, only 5,000 spirit stones, or 50,000 incandescent stones. Qilin hurriedly counted on his fingers again. Levofloxacin tablets, including the reserve, will cost at least 30,000 or 40,000 incandescent stones, and that system will cost 50,000 incandescent stones, which adds up to 90,000. As he calculated, Qiling's eyes dimmed a little. Seeing Qiling's mood suddenly getting low, Lin Ziming's eyes flashed with confusion. "Why, Commander Qilin, are you not satisfied with the price?" Qilin shook his head hurriedly and said bitterly, "The price is very cheap, but I'm afraid our caravan doesn't have enough spiritual stones." A question mark popped up in Lin Ziming's head. "That's not right, you have so many blazing stones. Can't you just exchange them for less food?" Qilin stammered a few times, and finally shook his head. Manager Lin, some things involve the secrets of the clan. I'm afraid it's inconvenient to tell you. In short, food must not be less. Lin Ziming nodded as if he understood. Although Qiling's words did not reveal any information, they indirectly confirmed Dai Chaohong's third guess. As Qiling said the last sentence, for a moment, the atmosphere on the scene froze. However, just when Qiling thought that the deal was going to fail, Lin Ziming suddenly caught a glimpse of Wen Qiang, who was eating melons on the side. Then a picture suddenly flashed through his mind. After a moment, Lin Ziming's face suddenly turned serious and he shouted at Wang Qiang, "What kind of bodybuilding exercises do you want, Wang Qiang?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, A Few Things About Body Cultivation. As a scientific researcher, Wang Qiang's main task this time was actually very simple: observe the characteristics of the blazing stone from a close distance, and see if there are any other unexpected discoveries. After all, her research team specializes in spiritual energy, and is the scientific research group that knows the spiritual energy of spiritual stones best in the entire camp. In addition, the barbarian caravan is stationed outside the city of Chixin, and the exchanges are very simple. At most it is just a matter of more people and more pairs of chopsticks. Therefore, after a few visits, she was easily stuffed in by Lin Li. As a result, who would have thought that this girl would become Lin Ziming's supporting role again this time? That's right. Again. Last time when talking to Luo Ziote about the beast taming technique, Lin Ziming also used the trick of selling crutches on her. The old trick is used again JPG. However, Qiling knew nothing about this old story, and he had never seen Mr. Benchen's skit. Therefore, after hearing the translation said by Master Yan, the big guy suddenly seemed to have opened his eyes. He slapped his head and said to Lin Ziming anxiously, "Manager Lin, this girl reminded me that are you interested in the barbarian bodybuilding exercises? Can you exchange some spirit stones for it?" Wang Qiang on the side, seeing the fish taking the bait, Lin Ziming pretended to be stunned at first. He immediately put on a hesitant expression. "Body refining technique, yes, but it should be a secret of your tribe, right? Would it be inappropriate to use it for trading?" Qiling shook his head quickly, not realizing that he had fallen into a trap. No, not at all. Body refining techniques can be found everywhere in the tribes behind the Xianyu Mountains. There are at least 8,000 of them, not to mention 10,000. It's not a big secret. The truly precious techniques are all in the hands of those big tribes, and the techniques of ordinary small tribes are actually not much different. Compared with the strange object that can cure the sky fern, what are a few techniques? Don't worry. Even if you return to the tribe, the elders of the tribe will not have any objections. Qiling said this in a sonorous and powerful voice, and he was obviously full of confidence. Although he was not well educated, he would still settle the accounts that should be settled. Even if the drug called levofloxacin could not permanently cure the sky fern, at least the single treatment effect was beyond reproach. And its price is only 1/30th of Kingning pills. In other words, even if its effect is the same as Kingning pills, and it is only effective for a single use, a direct descendant of the clan can have the opportunity to take it 30 times in his lifetime. Direct descendants of the clan have 30 chances, so ordinary clan members can at least have 3 or 5 times, not too many, right? In this way, how many people in the entire clan can survive every year? The local medical history has clearly stated one thing: when the treatment of a disease can be popularized to the point that it can be used by patients every time the disease occurs and is effective, then the disease can be considered to have been eliminated in a sense. At least no matter what, it is definitely not related to terminal illness. Therefore, he is 100% sure that the bigwigs in the clan will never punish him, and may even praise him. That's exactly what they say. Lin Ziming could vaguely guess Qiling's mentality, so he was not too surprised. Instead, he asked another more practical question. "Commander Qiling, could you please give us a brief introduction to the body refining lineage?" To be honest, I only have a rough understanding of the body refining lineage. I know nothing about it if I go a little deeper. Upon hearing this, Qiling nodded readily. He rolled up his sleeves and exposed his bronze arms. Body training is also called physical training or barbaric training. The term barbaric training is not a discriminatory term from the central domain, but a term that has existed since ancient times in the back of the Shanghai mountains. According to the sayings handed down by our ancestors, the stages of body training are mainly divided into 4 levels: skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs. These 4 levels correspond to the 4 major body training realms of lifting stones, opening mountains, fighting in the sky, and returning to the body. That is, the key training to the nascent soul in the central domain. The skin needs to be refined in the stone lifting realm. The skin of the great masters is like copper, soft and tough, and invulnerable to swords and spears. The mountain opening realm where I am in needs to refine the flesh. After reaching the great mastery, it is as hard as iron, and even if it is cooked in oil, it is still crispy and full, without the slightest odor. Therefore, some physical cultivators love to eat human flesh. Of course, the Yange tribe has never had that habit. When you reach the battle in the sky realm, the physical cultivators will start to train bones. By then, the physical cultivators will be able to fly in the air with their flesh, and their skeletons will still be crystal clear 100 years after death. As for returning to the body, it will begin. Chilling spoke a lot of words, and introduced a barbarian art in a simple way. Skin, flesh, bones, and organs. These are the 4 key realms of body training. From a scientific point of view, this progression is also in line with known laws. Both the Jinden realm and the Yuanying realm can fly in the air, and the flying speed is extremely fast. In order to withstand the impact of this speed, 2 hardwares are extremely critical. First, you need a very developed brain area to avoid hitting something or flying over your head during flight. Second, you need a strong body that can withstand various pressures and resistances. For example, the famous Ultramen. Their height of tens of meters and weight of tens of thousands of tons are not random, but have a certain functional relationship with their flying speed. That is, the discrete logistic equation. The most typical representative whose values have been corrected by the data party should be Ultraman powered. At the beginning, his data was so terrifying that a master of physics from Waseda University published a paper accusing him of serious errors. So later in the Tsuburaya universe, Ultraman powered's wrist strength returned to the normal level of 130,000 tons. Of course, other settings such as Ultraman's flying speed is faster than light, and Taro can also use the Paraji shield to travel through parallel universes or just for fun, and there is no need to be too serious. In short, compared with the spiritual practice system, the barbarian body training system is undoubtedly more intuitive in terms of feedback and description of the body. As for the Gizon, which is comparable to the incarnation of the god, Chilling does not know. After all, his information channels are relatively limited. However, for the rabbits, the first 4 realms are almost enough, and the road must be taken step by step. Then Lin Ziming thought of something and continued to ask, "By the way, Commander Chilling, didn't you say before that if the barbarians want to step into body refining, they must go to the Holy Mountain for training? Then if we get this kind of skills..." Chilling thought about it and said helplessly, "Manager Lin, as far as I know, the ceremony of worshipping the Holy Mountain cannot be replaced. For example, there are few physical cultivators outside the Shanghai mountains, and they all took this path after the Holy Mountain sacrifice. Therefore, if someone wants to become a physical cultivator, they must go to the Holy Mountain to activate their physique. But if you really have some ideas, the tribe can lead some people to the Holy Mountain. After all, the Holy Mountain is only open once every 6 years, and there are thousands of people in the tribe every time. It won't have much impact to secretly add some people." Lin Ziming's expression did not change when he heard this, but he sighed slightly in his heart. According to what Chilling said before, the Holy Mountain is 1 or 2 years away from the Yange tribe. This kind of time consumption is a bit too long for the rabbits, especially at this critical time. It is possible that when I leave, the highest level in the camp is only key training, and when I come back, I am walking all over the ground with Dan formation. Note, Happy National Day to all the viewers. I have been watching the air show today, and today is the first day, and I will update once a day as usual. I will start to update more tomorrow, still in the 2323 format, and occasionally 4 times a day. Chapter 379 Intention Achieved. Although the rabbits were very much looking forward to the body refining technique and were eager to analyze its secrets. But if the practice of the technique required traveling thousands or even tens of thousands of miles to the southern region Holy Mountain, then their value would be almost halved. However, Just when Lin Ziming was thinking about whether it was still necessary to exchange the body refining technique at the original price, Lin Li's voice suddenly came from the earphone. Colonel Lin, please reply to Chilling that we have done this business. I will tell you the specific offer later. Anyway, no bargaining is needed. But you have to make it clear to Chilling, and the process of worshipping the holy mountain must also be told to us. Perhaps worried that Lin Ziming would have doubts, Lin Li added, Colonel Lin, don't forget. There is also a holy mountain over there in Yaok. Yaok. Hearing this word, Lin Ziming was slightly stunned, probably because he didn't think of it at first. But soon he came back to his senses, and a look of realization appeared on his face. That's right. According to the currently known information, there is more than one holy mountain. Although it is not certain whether the holy mountain where Yaok is located is related to the holy mountain behind the Xianyu Mountains, from a theoretical point of view, this possibility is very high. After all, they are too similar, the same dangerous place, the same name of the holy mountain, and the same non-central domain inheritance race. Faced with these similarities, ordinary people may have some guesses, not to mention the rabbits with a large number of think tanks. In fact, it is very simple to confirm this guess, just confirm whether there is a holy mountain in the east and north domains. If there is, then the relationship between them can almost be confirmed. Even if the two are not related, or only the holy mountain in the south domain can activate the body refining constitution, then the rabbits have only temporarily lost some levofloxacin and sterilization equipment. As long as a long-term trade cooperation relationship can be reached with the Yange tribe, the money can always be earned back. Not to mention that the value of the blazing stone has not yet been fully explored. Who knows if it will become a rare thing like the monster crystal one day. Therefore, this business can be done. After Lin Li's wake-up call, Lin Ziming soon figured out these principles. Therefore, he quickly said to Chilling, Commander Chilling, regardless of whether the body refining lineage needs to activate the physique through the holy mountain, we want the exercises. By the way, I wonder how many exercises you have in total. Hearing that Lin Ziming agreed to purchase the exercises, Chilling's eyes immediately flashed with excitement. Manager Lin, there are 3 introductory exercises in the stone lifting realm in the clan, and 1 in the mountain opening realm. Although the exercises in the battle sky realm are not available in the tribe, they can still be purchased at a price. Huh? Lin Ziming's expression changed slightly, and he asked, Commander Chilling, are the exercises of the body cultivation system divided according to the realm? It has nothing to do with qualifications? Anyone can practice it. Chilling nodded gently. Yes, it has nothing to do with qualifications. In fact, in the past exchanges with the central domain, there were also barbarians who had tested qualifications out of curiosity. For example, a friend of mine in the mountain opening realm was tested once in Donglan City. The final result was the so-called 4 spiritual roots qualification. Another member of the same clan as my friend, who was only at the stone lifting realm, was found to have dual spiritual roots. Lin Ziming listened quietly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. According to the information currently known by the rabbits, the skills of the Great Mo realm are divided into 4 levels: Wild, Yuan, Zhuan, and Ling. Among them, the Wild level is the lowest and the Ling level is the highest. Among them, the Wild level is suitable for practitioners of all qualifications, but there are qualification requirements for higher levels. For example, the Yuan level skills require more than 3 spiritual roots to be comprehended, and the Zhuan level requires at least 2 spiritual roots. Only practitioners with a single spiritual root can practice the Ling level skills. At the same time, the skills are divided into 2 categories: main practice and auxiliary practice. For example, Caoyi skills are configured with the earth attribute Earth 5 Mountains Ju as the main one, and the wood attribute Bizio Shu as the auxiliary. During the entire practice stage, you can change your skills, but you must pay a considerable price. And the proficiency of the previous skills must be completely cleared. In other words, a top-notch spiritual level skill, as long as you have enough qualifications and can collect the full text. Theoretically, it can be cultivated to the nascent soul realm or even higher. But according to what Chilling said, this is not the case with the body refining system. It seems that it has to change the technique at each realm. The stone lifting realm cultivates stone lifting, and the mountain opening realm cultivates mountain opening. And there are no qualification requirements for each technique. This is very strange. To be honest, Lin Ziming does not believe that the heavenly Dao of the Great Mo realm is so kind. However, the specific research tasks can be handed over to professional researchers, and the most urgent task at this time is to complete the transaction. 3 parts of lifting stones and 1 part of opening mountains. They are almost comparable to the key training and foundation building in the central area. Lin Ziming stroked his chin and pretended to calculate, but in fact he was repeating the offer from Lin Li in the headset. Commander Chilin, we can offer a price of 4,000 spirit stones for 3 parts of lifting stones, and 8,000 for 1 part of opening mountains. The total price of the 4 parts is 20,000 spirit stones, which is 200,000 fiery stones. In addition, we hope that you can also tell us some details and procedures of the sacrifice. According to the price we agreed on before, after deducting 90,000 fiery stones, you still have 110,000 fiery stones to purchase other supplies. Hearing that there was a surplus of fiery stones, Chilin's eyes lit up. Manager Lin, can the remaining fiery stones be used to buy food? Lin Ziming raised his eyelids and glanced at him, then nodded. Of course, no problem. There is a lot of food in the city. If you are willing, we can trade now. Then trade now. Chilin showed the decisive side of the caravan leader at the right time and said, Manager Lin, I want to exchange 40,000. No, 50. 000 fiery stones for levofloxacin tablets. And a set of the sterile equipment you mentioned before, but you have to teach us how to use it. The rest can be exchanged for instant noodles, that bald bullhead and rice together with the fiery stones carried by the caravan. Let's exchange half of it first. I'll see if I can exchange the rest for other food later. Is that okay? Lin Ziming wrote down Chilin's requests one by one, and then said, no problem, I'll arrange it now. If nothing unexpected happens, everything will be ready within half a day, and I will send the rest of the food as soon as possible. As for the sterile equipment, I will arrange for a few technicians to go back with you, but you have to bring them back to me intact next time. Hearing this, Chilin immediately patted his chest, which was like a muscular golden wheel. No problem, I promise to send you back in the same condition as what I went there. Lin Ziming nodded slightly and continued, by the way, there is one more thing. If you are interested in establishing a long-term trade relationship with us, it is recommended that you take some time to understand our time scale. We divide a big mori into more detailed small periods of time. For example, a big mori is equal to 7 days, a day has 24 hours, and so on. Chilin listened very carefully and finally nodded, no problem, I'll write it down. Then the two of them drafted a simple trade agreement based on the common intention of both parties. The current trading subjects are mainly materials such as blazing stones, exercises, instant noodles, and levofloxacin tablets. However, if nothing unexpected happens, the number of materials on this trade list should continue to increase in the next few days. After all, when it comes to eating, rabbits are really not afraid of anyone. Note, 3 updates today, please give me a monthly ticket during the double period. What should I do if my fingers peel off due to autumn dryness? It peels off in large chunks, which is a bit scary. Chapter 380 Recruitment Plan. Considering that the amount of food required by the Yange tribe is very high, and it is very likely that they have encountered some special situations where they are in urgent need of food. Therefore, the food price quoted by the rabbits is not high, and can even be said to be very cheap. For example, Baixiang Instant Noodles. Although Baixiang Group is a first-level state-owned enterprise, the relevant materials do not mean that they can be allocated at the ex-factory price. After all, state-owned enterprises also need to make a living, and there are so many employees to support. So after many discussions, the final purchase price determined by the local site is 0.63 yuan bag. To a certain extent, this still has a certain cost expenditure, and it is not a cost-free business. Therefore, the rabbits sold it to the Yange tribe at the price of 1 spirit stone for 2,000 bags. To be honest, it is really not much profit. After all, if you want to transport instant noodles here, you must coordinate with other lightgate transportation capacity. And this potential transportation expenditure is actually not small. The purchase price is 60 cents and the selling price is 3 yuan. It can even be said that this is the trade with the least profit multiple since the rabbits arrived in the Damo world. But after all, it is to establish a relationship with the barbarians, so it is better to make less money. While the trade between the rabbits and the barbarians was proceeding in an orderly manner, Shi's Erhong, who was in charge of the deployment of all kinds of materials and personnel in Chixin City, quietly found Lin Li. Captain Lin, I have something to report. Oh, it's Director Shi. Please take a seat first. Lin Li was originally checking the specific progress of a project in the laboratory. After seeing Shi's Ethan, he quickly put down the report and personally poured him a cup of tea. Director Shi, you came at the right time. Come and try my newly arrived pre-rain tea. Shi's Ethan was slightly stunned and raised his eyebrows slightly. Pre-rain tea? Captain Lin, are you mistaken? It's only February now. I remember that pre-Qingming tea was not available until around Qingming to Guiyu in April. Hearing this, Lin Li's face showed a long-lost lightness. This pre-rain is not the same as that pre-rain. This is the tea I planted myself. I haven't had time to take care of it for more than half a year. I didn't expect that my husband and granddaughter have been taking care of it. Did it magic have a thunderstorm coming down some time ago? My granddaughter was so anxious that she picked all the tea leaves. Later, my family thought about it and simply sent them all to me. Do you think the tea that fell before the thunderstorm is considered pre-rain tea? But let me be frank first. The tea is a bit astringent. If you can't drink it, don't force yourself. Shi's Ehong finally understood, and immediately picked up the teacup and took a sip gently. Lin Li looked at him with interest and asked, how is it? Is it bitter? Shi's Ehong bit the head gently. Not bitter, but sour. Looking at the puzzled Lin Li, Shi's Ehong smiled and pointed at the desk, where there was a family photo of Lin Li. I came to your place early in the morning to eat dog food. How can it not be sour? Why did a single dog like me come here? Lin Li smiled and pointed at him with his finger. Then his face became serious and asked, okay, let's talk about business. Director Shi. What's the matter with you coming to see me this time? Seeing that Lin Li was no longer joking, Shi's Ehong quickly got into the state. He took out a few documents from his body and put them on the table. Captain Lin, I have two main things to report to you this time. The first is that the physical fitness of the refugees in Qi County has recovered very well. This is the epidemiological survey sampling report. So I think we can start the formal conscription. Lin Li quickly took the documents and checked them carefully. It has been nearly 8 months since the rabbits first arrived in the Great Mo realm, and it has been about 7 months since they assisted in the governance of Qi County. During this period of time, labor production activities have basically resumed in Qi County, and the quality of life of the people is much higher than before the siege. However, because the living conditions in the Great Mo realm were so bad before, various patients or weak people were everywhere. Therefore, the rabbits' policy for Qi County was mainly to regulate and recuperate. This is also a secondary reason for introducing manual production. Whether it is pedaling a textile machine or assembling parts, the body will be exercised to a certain extent. And this workload is helpful for the overall physical recovery of residents. In the past 6 months, some refugees have died in the city every month. After all, the current scientific and technological means cannot achieve the true meaning of life and death. Birth, aging, illness and death are also human nature. But at the same time, more refugees have recovered their physical fitness and have been greatly improved. If the situation of the refugees in Chixin City was the skinny level of the late Qing dynasty, then the general quality of Chixin City has reached the physiological situation of the late 1970s. At least you can't see people who look like sick men. Because of this, some of the advanced policies of the rabbits have also entered the implementation stage. One of the very important links is recruitment. Chixin City is an intersection of different cultures and even different civilizations. When the rabbits communicate with the natives of the Damo world, they will encounter some troubles. At the same time, considering the complex situation that may be faced in the future, the rabbits formulated a conscription plan as early as last year. However, due to the physical condition of the people in the city, this plan has been in the preparation stage and has not been officially implemented. As a senior official in charge of personnel dispatch in Chixin City, Shi's Ehong observes the changes of refugees in the city almost every day. It was not until the past few days, with the latest epidemic investigation records in hand, that Shi's Ehong vaguely felt that the time was almost right. After repeated research and deep thinking, he decided to propose formal conscription to the organization. Captain Lin, there are currently 81,000 refugees in Qi County, of which more than 30% are aged 18 to 25. After all, people in this age group are most likely to survive during the long journey of escape. At this moment, Shi's Ehong was reporting to Lin Li. According to my discussion with Captain Yan Shaoxin, We plan to recruit 1,500 refugees in the first batch and conduct pre-service training for them. Taking into account the physical fitness and mental state of the refugees in the Great Mo realm, the final survival rate may be only about 50%, which means that there will be just over 750 people left. Lin frowned immediately, obviously surprised by the number. No way, half of them will be eliminated? So many. I'm afraid it's more than that. Shi Zhehong smiled bitterly. You should know. I used to work in personnel affairs in the military system, so I am familiar with pre-service training. In fact, a long time ago, there was no pre-service training for new recruits. That is to say, after passing the physical examination and political review, they can basically join the army smoothly. But later, the army leaders found some hidden dangers. That is, some recruits found that they could not adapt to the life of the recruit company after entering the army. As a result, they found various reasons and excuses in the army to refuse to serve, and were finally returned. This has caused great adverse effects on the individual, his family, and the local armed forces. Therefore, in order to check the hidden dangers in advance and let the prospective recruits understand the management and training of the army in advance, pre-service training was introduced. As Shi Zhehong said, pre-service training is a pre-enlistment link that has only been carried out in recent years. After all, if you want to withdraw after entering the barracks, it can be regarded as a plot of evading military service, which can be called a stain on your life, and it will have unimaginable consequences in the future. However, there are many people who did enter the barracks with a passion at the beginning, but the reality is crueler than the dream, and it is not appropriate to kill them with one stick. Therefore, after several discussions, the rabbits finally decided to add an additional pre-service training before joining the army. The duration of pre-service training is generally 7 to 10 days, and the general elimination rate is about 20%, which varies from place to place. The local population is already 20%, not to mention the refugees in the Great Mo realm. Note, I have been coding all night and feel a little uncomfortable, so I am going to sleep now. I double the monthly votes and will continue to update when I wake up at night. As I said, the probability of typos will be higher when coding all night, so please help me find bugs. Chapter 381 The Necessity of Mastering Public Opinion. Pre-service training. As the general manager of the camp, Lin Li obviously needs to consider more angles when looking at the problem. He straightened his body and asked Shi Zhehong, Director Shi, you are an expert in personnel, so I have a question to ask. If the elimination rate of pre-service training is too high, will it affect the stability of the city? Theoretically, there is such a possibility. Shi Zhehong nodded lightly, his expression a little solemn. At present, the overall public sentiment in Qi County is positive and upward, belonging to a stage of rapid development. But hidden under this sentiment is actually a sense of confusion about the intersection of two cultures. The issue of conscription involves two sensitive areas, people's livelihood and military. Therefore, it can be foreseen that even if the number of people we recruit in the first batch is not large, it is destined to be a big news that attracts the attention of the whole city. It is also based on this reason. It is not ruled out that some people or their families will have a psychological gap after being eliminated, and under the instigation of some people with ulterior motives, it will cause problems at the level of public opinion, just as Shi Zhehong said. Conscription has always been a very complicated matter, let alone the Great Mo realm. Even the native land has had many problems caused by conscription in history. For example, in some places with tough folk customs, there have been mass incidents because of a difference of a few percent in the conscription rate, which has caused headaches for the local leaders. Although the conscription process in Qi County City may not be as bad as that, it is far from being ignored. For example, the rabbits recruited more than 1,000 young and strong men at the beginning, and half of them returned after a week. Then maybe someone would say privately, is there something going to happen again? If there's a war, will everyone except the families of the soldiers become cannon fodder, etc.? And you can't say that those refugees have persecution delusions because most of the things they imagine are based on reality, and some are simply the past they have personally experienced. There is no way. In the social structure of the Great Mo realm, you can't survive if you are too careless. The sight returns to the office. Looking at Shi Zhehong, whose expression was solemn but not sad, Lin Li suddenly realized something and asked with a smile, Director Shi, judging from your expression, you should have been prepared for this. Shi Zhehong raised a slight arc at the corner of his mouth, and at the same time turned the report on the table to the next page. Captain Lin, take a look at this. Lin Li reached out to take the report, leaned sideways in his seat and flipped through it a few times, then raised his eyebrows. Huh? Director Shi, are you planning to set up a radio station and a newspaper? That's right. Shi Zhehan nodded heavily and explained, this is also the second thing I am going to report to you. It's time for us to formally unify the public opinion ports in Shi County City. Of course. The purpose is not to have a one-man show, but to converge the general direction. Then he paused and continued, Captain Lin, haven't we held a lot of training courses before? At present, these training courses have gradually produced the first phase of results. I have attached some data to the back of the document. You can see it when you open it. Combined with these data, I think it's about time to popularize the concept of traditional media. Hearing this, Lin Li dipped his index finger in saliva and turned the report to the next page. Just as Shi Zhehan said. In the past 6 months, while the rabbits resumed production, they also launched various levels of training courses. The most advanced one is the sit-in training course attended by refugees such as Zhao Qianzhou and Wang Timu. It is a kind of pre-process, and those who understand it will understand it. The content of this training course is relatively complex and the threshold is relatively high. Since its inception, there have been only more than 50 students, including those who have not yet graduated, all of whom are the backbone of the refugees. In addition to the sit-in training course, various factories have also organized a number of night schools. The functions of these night schools are very simple. Do not talk about ideas or contradictions, but only do basic education. The teaching content is mainly based on the local characters of the Great Mo realm, supplemented by Chinese pinyin. In addition, some local allusions will be indirectly inserted. Now more than half a year has passed. The proportion of refugees in Shi County who can recognize more than 200 characters has exceeded 40%, and the proportion of refugees who can write their own Great Mo language plus Chinese names is as high as 81.7%. Excluding the elderly, seriously ill patients and infants who are too old to move freely, the popularity rate of Chinese characters among adults is already very high. Of course. The main reason why night school education can have such an effect is that it has something to do with the existence of spiritual energy in the Great Mo realm. Although ordinary people cannot absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, under the long-term infiltration of spiritual energy, the brains of the civilians in the Great Mo realm are actually quite well developed. Therefore, the teaching efficiency is much better than the rabbits expected. About 4 days ago, just before and after the Red Dragon caravan appeared, the latest text census report came out. At that time, Shi Zhehan had decided to report the proposal related to conscription, so he also expressed great attention to this new report. I personally called the principals of several night schools to confirm the authenticity of these data. In the office, Shi Zhehan was telling Lin Li about his preparations. After multiple verifications, I added the relevant plan to the manuscript and brought it here together. Then he paused, picked up the pre-rain tea to moisten his throat, and continued, my idea is this. Let's first set up a radio station in the city, connect the channels to various factories, and use the free time to broadcast some important news in the city. There are many top writers in our camp. A city with more than 80,000 people and at the intersection of two cultures is not afraid of having no stories and news to tell. Then I plan to set up a newspaper under the name of the radio station. The template is similar to the original workers' newspaper, and manuscripts are also collected from the outside. Although the number of wealthy people in Chixin City was not large before, there are still many of them if you count them carefully. As far as I know, there are some people who like to write articles and poems among them. For example, Wei Niandong. He seems to have written some, well, more distinctive articles under the pen name of Old Yin Eats Little Chicken. If it doesn't work, just ask him to try first. Once we have our own public opinion channel, the conscription work will be very easy to carry out. Hearing Shi Zhehan's arrangement, Lin Li couldn't help but show a thoughtful look. Just like what Shi Zhehan said. Once the public opinion portal is in hand, many potential problems can be solved. For example, conscription. The newspaper can set aside a special issue to interview a young and strong refugee who was rejected. Through the perspective of direct participants, the relevant process is made public, and finally a slogan such as I will definitely stick to it next time is added as a foundation, which will undoubtedly appear much more transparent. In fact, many things are not afraid of you not knowing, but you are afraid that you don't have a direct channel to understand, and you are also fooled by some rumors. For example, in the local online literary world, There is an author who writes school beauties. This person's body is wider than ordinary authors, so his book is naturally longer than ordinary works. A novel has nearly 10,000 chapters, but it has not been completed for several years. So some people say that he had signed a guaranteed contract of 20,000 or 20,000 yuan a month, and now he refuses to finish the book just to get the money from the website. In fact, those who know the inside story know how ridiculous this rumor is. The author is so popular on the wireless side, and his monthly fee is hundreds of thousands, but his main position is not on the main site. This is the importance of transparency. Some things are just like that. Note, today's 3 updates are here, please vote for me. I will continue to stay up late tonight, and the double monthly vote will end on the 4th, please vote for me. Then let me tell you something, U1 has an author index, and this chapter is said to have a certain proportion. It's not that I want everyone to leave a message everywhere, but I just hope that if it's convenient for you, you can check in at the chapter title or something. It's just a matter of pressing the keyboard twice. Chapter 382. The road ahead is long and journey. As a personnel cadre from a domestic department, Shi Zhehong had participated in the scheduling of many major projects and was very experienced in formulating plans. The 2 reports he personally handled were extremely detailed and highly operational. Therefore, when Lin Li brought the 2 reports to the camp's executive meeting for discussion, they were approved by almost all the participants. Finally, they were passed unanimously. Recruiting soldiers and public opinion. The 2 links were one military and one civil, and both involved the local indigenous people of Chixin City or the Damo realm. It can be said that at this moment, their nature is no longer limited to the project itself. At the same time, it also represents that Chixin City, the intersection of the 2 realms, has entered the next stage. Of course, considering that the 2 projects are of great importance, the preliminary preparations will definitely take some time. It is impossible to add 4,000 soldiers with one click, and then press a training button to reach a full value of 100 morale, as in Romance of the 3 Kingdoms 9. Therefore, the command center gave Shi Zhehong a month as a buffer period, and the recruitment work was initially scheduled to officially start in March on the mainland. Seeing this, some students must have realized something. That's right. The conscription work in the mainland and Qi County City was carried out simultaneously this year. 9 days later. Outside Qi County City. Although it was the dark night of the Great Mo realm at this time, and the whole world could not see a ray of sunlight. But with the help of lights, this open space outside Qi County City was not affected by the darkness at all. It was not as bright as day. At least the visibility was very high. At this time, the camp where the barbarian caravan was stationed had been vacated and cleaned up, and all kinds of residual garbage from life were neatly classified to one side, waiting for the logistics personnel to recycle. Not far from these garbage, a group of barbarians were working. Some barbarians dusted off the brown windshield with sand marks and tightly wrapped the open parts of wooden carriages. Some barbarians were shouting unknown slogans and moving boxes of goods onto the car. In addition, if you are not a StarCraft player, you will find that the appearance of these goods is slightly inconsistent with the style of the Great Mo realm. There is a box engraved with 50 packs of braised beef noodles. There were also bags of Fulinman selected northeastern rice. There were also some military green cartons without any marks, and the Chinese characters military supplies canned food could be vaguely seen on the seals. The 7-horned horses pulling the goods stood tamely beside each carriage, occasionally stamping their feet and snorting softly. Not far from the carriage, a large group of people gathered. This group of people was vaguely divided into 2 camps on the left and right. The left was led by Qilin wearing animal skins, and the right was led by Lin Ziming wearing military uniforms. The 2 sides were dressed in distinct clothes, and they chatted from time to time, looking like they were waiting for something. It is also worth mentioning that the person who is responsible for translating for Lin Ziming this time was not Shi Yin, but another male translator. At the same time, in the camp on the left, more than a dozen men and women in local costumes could be vaguely seen, and they were carefully checking the packages at this time. After about half an hour, a thin barbarian walked over quickly. Speaking of this person, Lin Ziming and the others also knew him. It was the barbarian Gu Tong who had dysentery and was saved by Bao Xin and the others. At this time, 8 days had passed since the barbarians first arrived at Qi County City, and this time was also the length of time that Gu Tong had recovered from his illness. Under the careful care of the medical team, Gu Tong gradually recovered his health. Of course. Gutong's ability to recover so quickly was also related to the barbarian's strong physique. Otherwise, if an ordinary person had diarrhea close to the critical level, it would be considered a good physical fitness if he could walk after a week. After Gutong trotted to the side of the crowd, he first smiled politely at Lin Ziming and others. Then he said to Qilong. As Qilong listened, a smile gradually rose on his face, and a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. Then he took the initiative to walk up to Lin Ziming and said, "Manager Lin, the goods have all been counted. The quantity is just more than the agreed amount. Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Lin Ziming waved his hand and tried his best to look solemn. "It's just a little token of my appreciation. Commander Qilin, you are too kind." The adults in the city attached great importance to this transaction, so they specially sent more food. "I hope you will like it, Commander Qilin. Oh, by the way, the last box of supplies contains some food that you have not ordered, which is also free. There are brown rice sticks, dad's dried tofu, ham sausage, Laotian white flour snake grass water, red scream, canned herring and snail noodles, etc. These foods can be taken back for the tribe members to taste. If there are any that you like, you can place an order next time, and we can negotiate the price." Qilin nodded seriously and kept Lin Ziming's words in his heart. "No problem, I will explain these things to the tribe members. Manager Lin, your goods are fine, so arrange for people to start counting the supplies of our caravan." Lin Ziming nodded, winked at the assistant beside him, and said in Chinese, "Xiao Chen, take a few people over and count the goods of the barbarian brothers. Come back and report when you have the results. If there are few missing but not many, don't pursue it. After all, it is understandable that there are some small errors in such a large transaction volume, so there is no need to worry too much." Assistant Chen Jinping stood at attention. Understood. In fact, according to the efficiency model, the counting process must be carried out by both parties at the same time to be the most efficient. However, considering that this is the first trade between the Barbarian Chamber of Commerce, everything should be prudent. So the rabbits made a concession on purpose, and the barbarians counted and loaded the goods first. This attitude made Qilin very satisfied, and he temporarily used his private money to buy a few more boxes of instant noodles, allegedly preparing to cook for his children. To be honest, in terms of dealing with people, the rabbits can almost beat all countries, regardless of ancient or modern times. Afterwards, Chen Jinping went to hand over the goods, while Lin Ziming walked over to several of his own people standing in the barbarian caravan. There were a total of more than a dozen of these people, both men and women, tall and thin. Two of them were surprisingly familiar to everyone: Bao Xin, the dean of the First People's Hospital of Magic City, and Shi Yin, a short-haired translator. "Dean Bao, Xiao Shi, your task this time is very heavy." After coming to the side of the few people, Lin Ziming looked around at them and sighed softly. "We have no means of communication with the rear of the Shanghai Mountains, nor do we have any third-party tribal relations. At the same time, due to the special geographical environment of the mountains, various types of waves cannot be transmitted to the rear of the mountains. So this time, your travel command center may not be able to provide you with any additional help except for the initial supplies." As he spoke, Lin Ziming fell silent. It is said that some people really don't understand, or are they pretending not to understand? I directly wrote that Qilin and Lin Ziming communicated because I omitted the translation process. It would be too watery to really write about the translation process. As a result, there are comments asking why the two can communicate directly. Me. Chapter 383. The road ahead is long. As mentioned before, in the previous transaction, the rabbits and the barbarians reached an agreement to provide sterile equipment assistance. This is also a very critical part of the entire trade. Sterile equipment is easy to say, but it is very difficult to implement. Because the construction of the entire system is not something that can be completed by pressing a switch, it involves a lot of details in life. For example, eating habits, hygiene habits, and even sex habits, etc. Therefore, the establishment of the entire system must be guided and assisted by a dedicated person. In addition, the rabbits are already very curious about the situation behind the Shanghai Mountains, and they are destined not to miss this opportunity to have a natural guide. Therefore, after a detailed discussion, the headquarters finally decided to send a medical team to the barbarian tribe for technical support and exploration. The entire team consists of 15 people. It's not that the rabbits are unwilling to send more accompanying warriors, but because there are only so many suitable upper limits for an expert team. The barbarians can be said to be simple and honest. But in any case, they are not stupid. A dozen people can still explain that some professional manpower is needed, and if there are more, it is not difficult for anyone to detect the abnormality. Among these 15 people, 5 are real medical experts, 2 are translators. The remaining 8 are experienced scouts. They carry multiple sets of recording equipment and various power sources, and will collect some important information along the way. In terms of nature alone, the mission of the medical team is not much different from that of Tay Tower. To put it bluntly, they are all taking the opportunity to collect intelligence. Cooking and seeing a doctor are actually just a layer of clothing. But the biggest difference between the medical team and Tay Tower is that this time they are a thorough silent operation. The so-called silence, of course, does not mean not speaking, but not using any means to contact the headquarters. If nothing unexpected happens. The last information that the headquarters can grasp is the location where they entered the Shanghai Mountains. Because if they go forward and enter the main body of the Shanghai Mountains, when they reach this area, the signal will be completely ineffective like the reconnaissance aircraft at the beginning, and they cannot follow up even one step. So after entering the Shanghai Mountains, all the real-time information of the medical team cannot be transmitted back. To put it bluntly, it is even uncertain whether they can return to Chixin City smoothly. Because there are too many possible changes, for example, they may encounter danger and die on the road, the Yange caravan may suddenly regret not coming next time, or a powerful enemy may attack one day and the entire Yange tribe may be wiped out. Therefore, Lin Ziming's tone was a little heavy. This was the first time that the rabbits had taken an action beyond their control. However, unlike Lin Ziming's solemn face, Baozin seemed very calm. "Colonel Lin, don't worry, we will take care of ourselves. It's just going out to provide medical assistance. I am good at this kind of thing. Besides, with so many comrades protecting us, we will not have any big problems on the road." Lin Ziming was silent for a while, and slowly exhaled, "I hope so." Having said that, the people present had actually made some preparations in their hearts. Then Lin Ziming looked at Shi Yin again, who as the member he was most worried about. "Zio Shi, are you ready? Once you set out on this journey, there is no turning back." Shi Yin curled her lips at him in dissatisfaction. "Colonel Lin, do you think I'm a child and don't know anything? I've been to Africa with the peacekeeping forces back then, okay? I wasn't that mean." Seeing that Lin Ziming was about to say something again, Baozin on the side couldn't help but add to him, "Colonel Lin, you may not know. In order to get used to the harsh environment, Zio Shi has been with Director Liu for the past week or so, except for the translation tasks. Director Liu, that's Director Liu Zhenhan, the one at the Monster Management Center." Baozin pointed at Shi Yin and raised a wry smile. This girl quietly set up a shack at the Monster Management Center and endured all kinds of smells for a whole week. She didn't report to the organization until she was completely used to the smell. Hearing this, Lin Ziming was really stunned this time. Since the personnel management was not his main responsibility, he did not know who the accompanying personnel were until he got the list. If he had to say who in the whole group made him least worried, it must be Shi Yin. This has nothing to do with gender discrimination or boxing, it is purely because of the difference in individual physique or tolerance. Although Shi Yin insisted on entering the tent last time with her strong willpower, anyone with a discerning eye could see how reluctant she was during the whole process. And the environment in the Yange tribe is obviously worse than the garrison. To be honest, Lin Ziming himself is not sure that he can adapt to the environment there immediately. At the same time, due to the limit on the number of people, the rabbits only sent 2 translators this time. Once Shi Yin has a problem, the other translator will face great pressure. But on the other hand, it is not appropriate not to send Shi Yin over. Because she has been responsible for the translation of both sides in the past period of time, her relationship with the entire barbarian caravan is much higher than that of others. And this kind of relationship is a very important link in a completely unfamiliar environment. Therefore, Lin Ziming was very entangled for a while, and he was really not sure that Shi Yin would not drag his feet. Who would have thought that this seemingly weak girl would actually stay at the Monster Research Institute for a whole week in order to adapt to the environment of the barbarian tribe? You know, since most of the captured monsters are quite powerful, the rabbits have to be much more violent and rough in their custody. In other words, they are mainly restricted in their freedom, and the others are all released. And there is no need to think about automatic cleaning. Only the double-headed cow breeding center is better. After all, it is the food of the future. In addition, the light gate has limited transportation capacity, and there is no need to transport a cleaning system for the so-called cleanliness, because ordinary people basically don't stay here for too long, and Liu Zhenhun and other breeders have long adapted to this environment. For them, it is normal to eat boxed lunches while giving cows artificial sex. Therefore, the environment in the entire monster research center has always been very bad, and the excrement of various monsters can be seen everywhere, and the smell is unbearable. If Shi Yin can stay in the Monster Research Institute for a week, then the barbarian tribe is really nothing. Although the barbarians are relatively primitive, it is impossible for them to sleep directly next to the excrement, right? It can only be said that no one expected that this weak short-haired girl would have such great determination and perseverance. Looking at Lin Ziming with a complicated expression, Shi Yin waved his little fist at him with a flying face. Colonel Lin, now you believe that I will not fall behind, right? Lin Ziming was silent for a while, and suddenly smiled. Yes, I believe it, Comrade Shi Yin. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Jinping, who was responsible for counting the blazing stones and other materials, walked over quickly. Colonel Lin, the materials have been counted, and the number is consistent with our agreement. Lin Ziming nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. The completion of the inventory of materials means that the two parties are only left with a final signing link to successfully complete the transaction. This also means that it is time for Baozin and others to leave. Then Lin Ziming took a deep breath and took out 2 transmitters from his pocket. Academician Bao, it will probably take at least a year for you to come back. So you take these 2 transmitters first. They cannot be used at present, but they are preset with our exclusive satellite military code, which is valid for a long time. If one day our satellite can be launched into space, they will automatically turn on, and then we will be able to contact each other. Of course. Maybe before the satellite is launched, you will have returned safely. Baozin took the transmitter, put it away carefully, and patted Lin Ziming on the shoulder. Colonel Lin, let's say goodbye now. Lin Ziming looked around at everyone and saluted solemnly. Comrades, the mountains are high and the road is long. Take care. Note, there is another chapter tonight. Please vote for the monthly ticket. It's getting closer and closer to 1,500. Before the 4th, 1 monthly ticket will be counted as 2. It's very cost-effective to steal it in advance. Chapter 384 Staff Housing completed. Although he was reluctant and worried, what was coming would eventually come. Half an hour later, Lin Ziming signed an agreement with Qilin. The Barbarian Chamber of Commerce officially set off. Da-da-da, in the dark night, the barbarian caravan led Baozin Shiyin and his party farther and farther away, and the crisp sound of horse hooves and axles became blurred from clear. Only a tiny flame could be seen, swaying in the wind at the end of the place. Finally, it completely dimmed and disappeared. Lin Ziming, Chen Jinping and others stood outside the city for a long time, watching the caravan go away. Finally, he sighed and turned back to the city. Developing a brand new world, this separation is destined not to be the last time. 3 days later, the planets rotated, and day and night alternated again. The 3 suns in the sky returned to their posts without any deviation as usual, and everything seemed normal. But today, Chixin City is a little different from usual. Or to be more precise, the notice board of the industrial park, which is centered on textile factories, agricultural machinery factories, bicycle factories and fertilizer factories, is bustling with activity. Hey, big sister, let me pass, let me pass. Wang Yushin moved his body with some effort, squeezing forward inch by inch in the crowd. The process of moving was so difficult, not because he was fat, on the contrary, Wang Yushin, an ordinary operator in the wheel axle workshop of the bicycle factory, currently weighs only 57 kilograms. With a height of 1.65 meters and this weight, he is still a long way from being fat. This is actually not bad. You have to know that more than half a year ago, Wang Yushin weighed only in his early 40s. He was so thin that he was almost not accepted by the factory because of his light weight. There is no way. As a refugee who has been fleeing famine for several years, it is a miracle that he can survive. Some people are so hungry that they even eat grass roots and tree bark, and they dare not even think about health issues. If it weren't for the good treatment given by the bicycle factory in the past 6 months, he could buy some meat and oil every day to nourish himself. Wang Yushin's weight is estimated to be around 40 kilograms. If there is no problem with his body shape, then the only reason for his difficulty in moving forward is naturally, too many people. That's right. There are really many people in front of the notice board at this moment. In the words of a well-known local skit actor, there are loud gongs and drums, waving red flags, and huge crowds of people. Of course, the first two words do not actually exist, but the last one is not an exaggeration. Just as Wang Yushan was in close contact with various bodies step by step, he suddenly heard a mutter in his ear, "Damn, there are too many people." Right. Wang Yushan turned his head and glanced, and found that the person who spoke was a middle-aged man who was shorter and thinner than him. He was estimated to be less than 1.6 meters tall and weighed about 512. In the bustling crowd, this thin man was like a lone boat on the sea, helplessly swept by the waves and swayed, struggling desperately for a long time before he could move forward a small step. Although he didn't know the other person's name. But Wang Yushan could tell from the light blue work clothes that this man was an employee of the number 2 workshop of the bicycle factory, just like himself. Maybe he was a worker who entered the factory at the same time as himself. Therefore, Wang Yushan stepped forward and said, "Oh, brother, look at what you said. They are all here to see the house. How can it not be crowded? Who doesn't want to have a home?" The man opened his mouth and was about to speak, but he was swept away by the flow of people. Wang Yushan stretched his neck to take a look. After confirming that the worker was not in danger of life, he secretly said may the best of luck and continued to fight forward. That's right. Just as Wang Yushan said. The hundreds of people gathered under the notice board of the bicycle factory were all here to see the house. Around August last year, before the battle to capture the two-headed bull began, the rabbits formulated a comprehensive development plan for Qi County City. The most representative of these are two tasks. First, to build factories, and to restore productivity and place idle labor by introducing light industry to assist. The second is to expand the scope of the city and upgrade the supporting facilities of the city. Needless to say, the effect of the former is very good. Basically, it is to follow the old path of the 1970s and 1980s again. You can find more than 200 local cases without any repetition. If a city of 70,000 to 80,000 people and an open book exam still cannot get full marks, Lin Li and his group can commit suicide to apologize. As for the second point of the city expansion project, it is still in progress. It cannot be said to be completely completed, but the progress bar has at least reached about half. Among them, the more representative is the establishment of several affiliated villages. At present, the residents of the villages have already planted the land. In addition, some other supporting projects are also being carried out one after another. For example, the pipeline upgrade, road upgrade, and power distribution equipment in Qi County City. The staff building project is also one of them, and it is still a very important part. As mentioned before, the layout of Qi County City is actually very simple. The Wei family and some other small families and wealthy families are located in the north of the city. The main commercial area is in the south of the city, that is, Avenue A when Julian first entered the city. The east and west of the city belong to the civilian area and slum area. The latter two areas are also the areas that the rabbits focus on renovating. Among them, the area in the west of the city was used to build the staff building. Now that more than half a year has passed, it is time to take over the first phase of the staff building. The site returns to the notice board. After a lot of hard work, Wang Yushan finally squeezed in front of the notice board from the outermost edge of the crowd. Wang Yushan, who had completed the task, didn't even bother to wipe the sweat on his forehead, and looked at the notice board with an anxious face. Then the next second, he opened his mouth wide. I saw that under the notice board, there was a finished model of the staff building. The model was carved very delicately, and you could clearly see the stairs, windows and the layout of the entire community. There were also several little people made of plastic or clay placed in various positions, which could clearly compare and judge the scale of the staff building. At the same time, the screen on the notice board was also showing a simulated check-in video. A middle-aged man in the uniform of an agricultural machinery factory was seen riding a bicycle, turning a few corners briskly, and the gate of the community appeared in sight. Ding-ling-ling, the man rang the bell, smiled and greeted the security guard, parked his bicycle in the carport after entering the community, and walked into a unit building carrying some seasonal vegetables. The man's home is on the 4th floor. The camera moves with his steps. The sound of rubber shoes contacting the corridor makes people feel inexplicably safe. After arriving at the door, the man took out a key and clicked. The next second, a jumping figure rushed towards him. Dad, looking at this warm picture and the subsequent pictures in each room, Wang Yushen's mouth was trembling with excitement. Whether it was the leisurely living environment or the clean and bright rooms, they were all scenes that he dared not imagine even in his dreams. In the planning and construction of this staff building, the command center used the design drawings of the standard dormitory buildings of state-owned units in the 1980s. Each apartment building has 7 floors, and each floor has 12 rooms. Each room is 38 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, a kitchen and a bathroom. There is no elevator, no garden plants. There is no community kindergarten or community primary school. This old-fashioned design that has long been eliminated in the local area is like heaven for the poor people in the Great Mo world. Yes, heaven. Note, the double monthly ticket will be passed tomorrow. I have been working hard to write 9,000 words in the past few days. Please give me monthly tickets. The peeling of my fingers is getting worse and worse. Is there any ointment that can be used? Very urgent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, Changes of the Refugees. Note, yesterday's title was blocked. I don't know why. I changed it temporarily. The editor was not working on November 11th. Wang Yushen was born in a poor peasant family and had a miserable life since childhood. In his memory of the past 19 years of life, the word home is just a thatched hut in the corner when he was a child. The thatched hut was very small. According to the popular measurement in Shi County City today, it should be only about 10 square meters. The house leaked wind and rain, and did not store any particularly good memories. But no matter how broken the house is, it is still a home after all. For the people of the Great Mo realm, having a house means having a place to settle down and at least being able to stand in the world with an upright identity. However, Wang Yushen's memory of the thatched hut only remained until he was 7 years old. After that, he was an endless exodus. From the age of 7 to 19, in the 12 years, he lived in a smelly cow shed, a damp and cold bridge hole, and a dilapidated temple. Just like this, he kept running away and was hungry. Wang Yushen gradually grew from a child to an adult. Although his parents and sister were lucky enough to survive and survived without any missing limbs, the family was still confused about the future and didn't know where the road ahead would lead them. Until that night. The searchlight of the helicopter shone straight on his dark face like the light of salvation, making him a little dizzy. Then he was taken to Chixin City with his family and other refugees. In the past few days, he and his family lived in relief tents. The specification was 12 people per room, that is, 3 different families squeezed into one space. Although it was just a simple sleeping on the ground, at least there was no wind or rain, and the quilt was warm enough. Later, Chixin City's recruitment plan began. Wang Yushen became one of the first batch of workers recruited into the factory, and was very lucky to enjoy the initial policy of daily wages. Therefore, on the second day after work, he cut a pound of meat from Xingfu supermarket for the first time. He and his family had a long-lost meat meal. At that time, the family sighed while eating, "This is what a home is." Therefore, Wang Yushen has long been satisfied with his current life, but who would have thought that the big men in Shi County are willing to give out houses? And it is a big house that you don't have to worry about wind and rain, and your family doesn't have to squeeze into one bed? If this is not heaven, then what is heaven? Just as Wang Yushen was lost in thought, a vaguely familiar voice suddenly sounded beside him. "My God, such a beautiful house. The rich people in our village couldn't afford it, right?" Wang Yushen took a look and was immediately happy. "I said why I feel a little familiar." The person who spoke was the middle-aged man I met in the crowd before. I don't know how this big brother squeezed in with his small body. If I remember correctly, he seemed to have been swept out by the crowd just now. As if he felt Wang Yushen's gaze, the middle-aged man turned his head. Immediately, he raised his eyebrows. "Huh? Little brother, you squeezed in too?" Wang Yushen scratched his head and said, "Yes, it's not easy. I worked hard to get in." "Brother, my name is Wang Yushen, the operator of the 6th group of the 2nd plant." The middle-aged man smiled, pinched the work clothes on his left chest with his middle index finger and thumb, and gently shook the number on it. "Zhao Shitao, piecework clerk of the 9th group of the 2nd plant." not far from your group. Then Zhao Shitao took out a box of Daqianmen from his pocket, flicked a cigarette and handed it to Wang Yushan. Little brother, do you smoke? I bought it from Xingfu supermarket. It's much stronger than the Gilio tobacco I used to smoke. Wang Yushan waved his hand embarrassedly and apologized. I'm sorry, brother Zhao, I don't smoke this. You can keep it for yourself. Zhao Shitao didn't care and gently held a cigarette in his mouth. In the past few days, with the wages in hand, many migrant workers, after solving the problem of food and clothing, have turned their attention to the field of leisure. For example, the catering industry. Nowadays, in addition to the restaurant opened by Zhao Qianzhou's wife, there are many more restaurants or catering stalls at the factory entrance. It is more lively at night. All kinds of stalls and vendors gather there, which is quite a prototype of a food court. After all, not everyone knows how to cook. Many people just make soup with wild grass during the escape, and at most add some salt. It was okay in difficult times. Now that we have such a stable life, you want them to eat these? What's more, the proportion of single dogs among refugees is actually not low. The risk of forming a family during the escape is very high. If you have children, you even have to pay an extra ration. Therefore, except for some true love parties, most refugees will not get married before they are stable. Therefore, after having some money in hand, a considerable number of single dogs choose to eat out. This has also greatly stimulated the demand for the catering industry in Chixin City, providing a mass base for the emergence of catering stalls. And coincidentally, the refugees originally come from various regions, and the cooking skills of those who have skills are mostly different. There are needs and characteristics. The night market has become lively. Some refugees' hobbies are not eating, but other ways. For example, playing billiards, playing table tennis, playing football, etc. Here is an interesting thing. Not long ago, a table tennis competition was held in the factory area. All the participants were refugees, and finally a champion was decided. This champion came from the agricultural machinery factory. After winning the award, this guy was quite arrogant. He kept talking about table tennis and called himself the best player in Qi County. Later, one day when he was out of the city to assemble agricultural machinery, he couldn't help bragging. As a result, there happened to be an old expert in his 60s who was giving technical guidance nearby. The old man was itching to play chess with this guy in the activity room of the village. In the end, the old man defeated this guy with a total score of 3-0 and a detailed score of 33-6. Then the old expert left a sentence, "I can't even enter the semifinals of our community with my level," and left, leaving the factory champion with a confused face. It is said that the factory champion has started to practice football during this period, because he heard that no one can beat the rabbits in table tennis, and no one can beat them in football. In addition to the above sports activities, the rest are cigarettes and alcohol. At present, the best-selling products in Xingfu supermarket are Daqianmen and Marlboro, followed by Sep-12s. Of course, considering the physical problems of the workers, Xingfu supermarket stipulates that workers must undergo facial comparison when buying cigarettes. Only after confirming that there is no problem with a recent physical examination report can they be allowed to buy cigarettes and alcohol. There are also several smokers among Wang Yushan's co-workers, and they often tempt Wang Yushan to join the pit. However, since Li still has parents and a younger sister to take care of at home, his money has always been planned very carefully. Naturally, he has no chance to have a hobby like smoking. Zhao Shitao is not surprised by this, and he didn't force Wang Yushan to give him this face. At present, the circulation rate of smoking among refugees is like raising ants in the local area, which is a relatively active behavior in a small circle. Click, I saw him light a cigarette for himself, took a puff, and sighed. This house is really beautiful, but I don't know when it will be allocated to his mudlegs. Wang Yushan looked at him in surprise and asked in surprise, Brother Zhao, what do you mean by this? Did the notice say that this is a house allocated to each of us workers? You can move in by paying a little rent every month. What's there to say? Note, yesterday, a classmate thought that 38 square meters was too small, and another classmate helped explain it. Here is a little more information. Houses of this size were actually very common in the early days. Not all kitchens and bathrooms were 4 square meters in total. The dining table was placed directly in the living room, with one room for parents and one room for children. If they were siblings, a curtain would be placed. Attached is the 1986 Chinese agricultural currents paper doi. 10.16291 Jakenkizi GJC 1986-01-014, with a design drawing at the back. The area is 36.2 square meters. When using the razor, I suddenly thought of a question. What is the blade that pops out from the back of it for? Chapter 386, Room Allocation. Hearing Wang Yushen's question, Zhao Shitao was about to explain when someone interrupted him. Little brother, look at what you said. You haven't been to the city much before, right? Let me tell you. Whether it's the distribution of houses or food, if we want to get our turn as ordinary people, we have to wait until all the gods and ghosts are full. Wang Yushen and Zhao Shitao turned their heads at the same time and found that the person who spoke was a little old man in his 50s. This man had a dark complexion and a hunched body. His old face was full of traces of time. Judging from the tools in his hand, he should be a fitter. Wang Yushen was young and energetic, and he was a little dissatisfied when he heard the above words. He couldn't help but retort, "Old man, I don't agree with what you said. Let's not talk about whether it is fair or not. The adults in the city all live in the north of the city. Why would they come to the west of the city to snatch houses from us? Besides, these buildings are indeed better than the houses of many rich people in the village, but which of the rich people in the city doesn't live in a more spacious place than this? What you said itself doesn't make sense." Seeing the two of them looking at him, the old man shook his head like an experienced person. "Little brother, you are talking about the adults in the Wei mansion. That's right. They must live in their big mansions and won't come to snatch such a small house. But don't forget, the factory directors, assistants, and team leaders in our factory don't have houses. They usually eat and live in the factory. You say that now that the houses are completed, they will not keep a few sets." Zhao Shitao heard this and his eyes suddenly lit up. He handed over a cigarette, feeling that he had found a confidant, and agreed. The old man sees clearly and said what I want to say. "Xiao Wang, don't think that everyone has a chance on the surface. I'll put it here, there must be inside information in the distribution. In fact, I have no objection to the factory director and others dividing the houses, which is what they deserve. Last time, my workshop had an urgent task and had to work overtime. When I got off work, I saw the factory director and others in a meeting. We can see how good those Chinese people are to us, and we won't do those things that are ungrateful and heartless. But the question is, who doesn't have relatives and friends?" Looking at the confused Wang Yushen, Zhao Shitao exhaled a smoke ring with some annoyance. "Xiao Wang, think about it carefully. Are there some people in your group who have a particularly good relationship with the team leader and the leader, and go to make tattles whenever there is something wrong? And those managers? They are all from the Wei mansion. Which of them doesn't have a few confidants? Do you think that ordinary workers like us have any advantages compared to those people?" Hearing this, Wang Yushen could not help but fall silent. He had not been educated much, but he was not a fool. After a conversation, he naturally understood the meaning of the two older workers' words. He opened his mouth, intending to refute the other party's remarks. But when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to say it. What Zhao Shitao said actually made sense. Indeed. With the current reputation of Huaxia people in the city, no one would object even if the factory leaders themselves took some of the profits. Even Wang Yushen himself felt that this was what the factory leaders deserved, and they deserved it. But things like confidants are hard to say. Even ordinary people have relatives and friends, let alone those leaders. The first phase of the staff building has a total of 15 buildings, that is, 15 units. Each unit has 7 floors and 12 rooms on each floor. Therefore, the first batch of houses allocated is about 1,300 sets. Calculated based on 3 people per house, this can only accommodate less than 4,000 people in total. And how many workers are there in Chixin City? A full 40,000. Not to mention that some workers' parents and children are older or younger than the age for entering the factory, so it's not as simple as 1-to-1. Therefore, the actual number of people affected by the housing allocation is much higher, about 60,000. 60,000 choose 4,000. With a 1 in 15 allocation probability, who can guarantee that there are no inside stories? Wang Yushen then thought about his performance. His workstation is quite standard, and there is nothing special about him except that he entered the factory early. As for relationships, due to family burdens, he doesn't communicate that closely with his fellow workers. There are only 2 or 3 good friends in a workshop of 25 people. Not to mention the manager, he would rather spend every penny in half, So where would he have the money and energy to maintain a relationship with the leader? This situation can be described as hardworking and diligent, but with a twist of meaning. It can also be described as silent and scheming. It's hard to say what kind of evaluation those managers from the Wei Mansion will use. Thinking about it this way, it seems that his chances are not high. After thinking through all this, Wang Yasheng's mood suddenly became visibly depressed. It has to be said. People are indeed a very strange creature. Before they have seen or have the opportunity to have better things, most people are actually very open-minded. I am well fed and well dressed now, and my life is actually not bad. Those villas of the level of Tengongjiu Jiantang look beautiful, but what does it have to do with ordinary people like me? But once they find that they once had the opportunity to touch something that was originally unattainable, but failed for various reasons, a calm mentality can easily change. When encountering some people with poor psychological abilities, they may choose to go to extremes directly. Wang Yasheng's situation is obviously not to that extent, but the reason is similar. In the past days of living in tents, he passed by the wealthy area in the north of the city more than once. Looking at those luxurious courtyards, Wang Yasheng's mentality was very stable because he knew that he would definitely not have those mansions in this life, and at the same time, he and his family were living a very happy and harmonious life at this time. However, at this moment, when he suddenly found that he seemed to be separated from the staff building by a line, but in fact he might not have the chance for a long time because of the inside story, his mood fluctuated. Wang Yasheng's bad mentality can't be blamed for this. After all, he is just a 19-year-old migrant worker. There is no need and can't be expected that he has a stable mentality like an Arsenal fan. Just when Wang Yasheng was a little dazed, a commotion suddenly sounded from the left side of the notice board. After a moment, the crowd on the left spontaneously separated into a path. A middle-aged man with a slicked-back hair strode in, followed by a young man with a briefcase. Wang Yasheng knew the man with the slicked-back hair. He was Qi Jiang, the director of the bicycle factory, and the young man was his assistant Zhu Di. The two stopped when they walked to the notice board. Zhu Di took out a megaphone from his briefcase and handed it to Qi Jiang. Qi Jiang took the megaphone, turned it on, and gently patted the microphone with his palm. Soon, a dull puff sound came from the speakers on the scene. Note, it has been updated for 3 consecutive days. It's the last day of the double monthly ticket. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Now 1 ticket is equal to 2 tickets. If you don't vote, you will lose a lot later. By the way, do you want to see more or less of this kind of writing from the perspective of refugees? You can give me some suggestions. I exchanged some experiences with Uncle Tong yesterday and I want to see your feedback. Chapter 387, Room Allocation. At the notice board, seeing that everyone was paying attention to him, Qi Jiang said, "Hello, fellow workers. I am Qi Jiang, the director of Chickson Bicycle Factory. You should all have an impression of my face, right? Today is the day when our staff housing is completed. I know everyone wants to know the rules for distributing housing, who can get it, whether there are any hidden rules, etc. I can tell you clearly here, our housing distribution rules are open and transparent throughout the process. Everything is based on data, and there will be no insider information. This time we are distributing a total of 15 unit buildings and 1,242 houses, and the factory leaders will not participate in the distribution of any of them. In other words, by then, there will be 1,242 families or individuals who will eventually move in, and they will all be our ordinary workers." As soon as these words came out, the crowd around them suddenly became lively. Some nearby workers, whether they knew each other or not, exchanged opinions one after another. The reason was the same as him, because the news was too shocking. What? The factory leaders don't occupy the houses? How is that possible, you idiot? Director Qi has said so, and you are still shouting that it's impossible. That's right, there are so many eyes watching in a building, no one can embezzle the houses without being discovered, right? Then do the factory director and his men live in the factory? That's so inconvenient. I agree with not doing insider things, but isn't it a bit too much for the factory leaders not to allocate houses? There are not many people in the leadership, and everyone knows how tired the factory director and his men are these days. Looking at the workers with different expressions, Qi Jiang stretched out his hand and pressed down, and said with a smile, "Dear workers, please be quiet for a while. The leadership will not participate in the allocation of houses. This is an order that has been decided from above, and the leaders have no objection. So I appreciate the good intentions of some workers here. Let's stop here and talk about the rules of housing allocation. This time we allocated houses according to the scoring system. We gave each worker a comprehensive score based on their daily performance, and the 1,242 workers with the highest scores will be given priority to get houses. We will make the names of these 1,242 people and the detailed scoring rules public through various channels, and everyone can supervise. As for everyone's individual scores, they can be checked on the equipment in each workshop. As long as everyone enters their ID number obtained during the first census on the equipment, they can check the detailed scores. If you have any objections to the scores, you can come to the factory office to find me at any time. After saying this, Qi Zheng no longer cared about the reactions of the crowd, turned around and waved his hand. Xiao Zhu, make the list public. Understood. After receiving the instructions, Zhu De on the side immediately waved to the crowd. Soon, more than a dozen personnel cotters came in carrying tripods. These tripods were about 1.8 meters high and 1 meter wide, with a total of 7 or 8. In front of each tripod was a color-printed list, which listed the names in detail. The personnel department cotters placed these tripods in front of the notice board one by one. At the same time, the screen that originally played the check-in video was also replaced with a scrolling list. Wang Yushin also noticed. A little further away, several people were putting down several devices and connecting them to the power supply for debugging. These machines looked square, and some were similar to the machines used to swipe medical insurance cards in local hospitals. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the machine that Qi Zheng said could check their scores. It was obvious. The word public announcement mentioned by Qi Zheng was not just a casual remark. After dealing with these, Qi Zheng left more than a dozen officers to maintain order and guide operations, and briefly instructed them on some things. Then he took Zhu De away. There was more than one notice board in the factory area for tens of thousands of people, and they had to go to the next notice board to announce the news. As Qi Zheng left, the scene was slightly quiet at first, and then it boiled. In particular, some workers who thought they had performed well reacted particularly strongly at this time. After hearing Qi Zheng say that there was no inside story in the distribution of houses, the flames in their hearts that were about to go out suddenly rose again. Now the credibility of the Chinese in Chixin City has reached a very amazing level, so everyone will voluntarily believe what the leadership says. If the surging of the crowd here before was just a wave, it was undoubtedly like a tsunami. Wang Yushin, who was a little dazed, first felt a heavy collision on his shoulder, and at the same time a strong impact suddenly came from behind. If there was no fence in front of him, he might have been knocked to the ground. At the same time, various noisy voices came into his ears. Brother Ji, let me see. Gaozi, see if my name is on it. I'll buy you a drink after work. Who is Bao Dongguo? Your name is the first one. You have a house. But it was this collision that brought Wang Yushin's mind back to reality. List. After coming to his senses, Wang Yushin's not-so-broad body suddenly burst out with a strong force. I saw his hands tightly clasped on the fence like an eagle's claws, and his body leaned forward, trying hard to see the list in front of him. This time the official list was written in Chinese and sorted by pinyin characters. In the past period of time, almost every worker was required to go to night school. Although the difference in grades between them was huge, even the worst student among tens of thousands of people could write and recognize his own name skillfully. Wang is H. Wang Yushin murmured the pinyin letters in his mouth, and looked at them row by row with the help of his index finger. This one is the F found it, H. The notice marked with H was a little far away from Wang Yushin, about 7 or 8 meters away. Although Wang Yushin's eyesight was not bad, it was still not easy to see the font on the poster clearly from 7 or 8 meters away. He tried to move his body a few times. This move was naturally a failure at the front of the most crowded place. Then he glanced in that direction a few times, and when he found a familiar figure, his eyes suddenly lit up. Feng Daong. Help me see if I am there. The young worker called Feng Daong by Wang Yushin was a shaved head and had a broad and strong figure. He was responsible for the handling work in the workshop and was one of Wang Yushin's few friends. Feng Daong looked a little disappointed at this time. After hearing Wang Yushin's call, he looked around for a few times, and finally locked onto Wang Yushin following the voice. Seeing his friend coming, Wang Yushin quickly tiptoed. He first pointed at himself with his index finger, then pointed at the announcement. Fang Daong was stunned for a moment, and after realizing Wang Yusheng's thoughts, he blinked and replied with an okay gesture. This is a gesture learned from the Chinese, and now it has become a very practical and important signal in work and life. Then he stretched his shoulders to the left and right, squeezed out a relatively comfortable posture, and then began to look at the list. After about half a minute, Fang Daong suddenly opened his mouth. He turned his head suddenly and shouted in shock, "Yushen, Yushen! You are assigned a room, you are assigned a room." As a porter, Fang Daong's voice is much louder than that of ordinary workers. Therefore, every word he shouted was smoothly transmitted to Wang Yusheng's ears. Hearing these words, Wang Yusheng's mind went blank. Hey! I won. It was 5:25 in the morning when I wrote this chapter. Seeing this sentence, do you think I want to say that I have been working all night until now? No, I want to say that I just woke up. Yes, I just woke up. I slept for 23 hours. It's unbelievable. It's really a bit overwhelming to work all night for 4 days. The double monthly votes have ended. The 1,500 monthly votes are currently ranked 101st in the total list. If I can get 2,000 votes before the 10th, I will start with 240,000 words. Please vote. Chapter 388, Room Allocation. Work Experience Score 9.6, Performance Score 9.8, Character Score 10.0, Comprehensive Score of 62.8 points, Ranking 759. Wang Yusheng was repeatedly looking at the information related to himself by the notice board. Not long ago, when they learned that one of the lucky ones was on the scene, many workers on the scene spontaneously made way. Compliments or envy made Wang Yusheng come to the side of the notice very easily. As Qi Jiang said, in this notice, all workers were scored according to several items, and this was used as the only screening basis. The specific items were 7 categories: work experience, work performance, leadership evaluation, absenteeism, work injury, family situation and functional contribution. The reason why Wang Yusheng was able to stand out from tens of thousands of workers was due to 3 key items. The first item was work performance. Wang Yusheng was hardworking and his work attitude was naturally, needless to say. Objectively speaking, 9.6 points was actually a bit low. In addition, as one of the first batch of workers to enter the factory, Wang Yusheng's length of service was second only to those refugees who went to the life experiment base to move bricks. Therefore, he almost got full marks in terms of length of service. The last point is his family situation. Although Wang Yusheng's parents are not particularly old, they cannot become factory workers due to their physical disabilities. At the same time, there is a 13-year-old sister in the family. The income of the entire family depends on Wang Yusheng alone. Therefore, in terms of family situation, Wang Yusheng also received a score of 9.6. This means that his family is more difficult than ordinary families, and it is also a very realistic score. After combining several advantageous scores, Wang Yusheng finally stood out and successfully became one of the 1,243 lucky ones. That is a staff room that is not leaky, and you don't have to squeeze in a tent with other families. Yusheng, Yusheng. Just when Wang Yusheng was a little distracted, Fang Daong's loud voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. Wang Yusheng looked over. He saw Fang Daong standing more than 10 meters away with Xiao Shitao and the old fitter, waving at him. Then he looked at the crowd around him, which was still crowded. It was obvious that it was much easier to get out than to squeeze in. In addition, he had read all the information he needed to read at this time, so Wang Yusheng hesitated for a few seconds and turned around to leave the front row. After another round of uncomfortable pushing and shoving, Wang Yusheng finally joined Fang Daong and the other two. Come on, let's go this way. Wang Yusheng asked them to stay away from the crowd, and looked at the query machine in another corner and asked, How is it, Daong, brother Zhao, Uncle Ma? Have you checked your scores? Not long ago. After congratulating Wang Yusheng on getting a house, Fang Daong and the other two who failed the exam did not stand there. They took advantage of the few people to run to the machine and couldn't wait to check their scores. By the way, they could judge how far they were from getting a house. As for Uncle Ma, he was referring to the old fitter, whose full name was Ma Wang. Hearing Wang Yusheng's question, Fang Daong waved a piece of paper in his hand at him and said, The results are out. I scored 54.3 points, brother Zhao scored 52.5, and Uncle Ma scored 57.6. Huh? 57.6? Wang Yusheng looked at Ma Wang in surprise and said, I remember the last person on the bulletin board scored 58.5, right? Uncle Ma, your score is not ordinary, just 1 point away from the threshold. It seems that you will be able to get a house next time." Hearing this, Ma Wang couldn't help but smile, but still waved his hand and said, "My son and daughter-in-law all died when they fled, leaving only a pair of grandchildren who have not grown up, so my family score is very high. In addition, there is a special age coefficient, which seems to be that the older you are, the higher the score. My coefficient is 1.1, so the added score will appear higher. Of course, this kind of thing is hard to say. Maybe it is possible that others will score higher next time." Ma Wang said it very modestly, but the smile on his face showed everything. At this moment, his wrinkled face was filled with yearning for the future, without any trace of the pessimism of the conspiracy theory. I have to say, the formula for the score is so intuitive and convincing. Anyone can check their own score and have a rough judgment of other people's scores. For example, a certain brother is a factory worker, and there is only his mother at home. Then his family score should be around 5 points, and there must be a problem if it is more. For example, someone in the same workshop is usually lazy, and his performance score is about 4.5. This also eliminates the possibility of secret manipulation. On the other hand, Zhao Shitao looked at Ma Wang with envy. He and Feng Daong were both refugees who were absorbed into Chixin City later, so their length of service score was very disadvantageous, with only 4 to 5 points. The rest of the scores were also quite satisfactory, and the total score ranked outside 10,000 among all the workers in the entire factory. To be honest, it is still difficult to get a house in a short period of time with this score. Then Feng Daong suddenly thought of something and said to Wang Yushin, "Yushin, do you still remember Wang Mezi from the next workshop?" Wang Yushin nodded and asked in surprise, "I remember, Wang Ling, what happened to him?" Feng Daong curled his lips. This time he ranked more than 1,300 and got a house. Wang Yushin couldn't help but stop and looked at him in surprise. "Wang Mezi got a house? That's not right. Didn't he join the factory later than you? Although he has a blind old mother at home, it's a bit difficult, but he can't rely on this to get a house, right? His functional contribution score is high." Feng Daong's eyes flashed with envy, shaking his head and said, "Didn't the factory do some research some time ago?" And that guy ran to the leader to make a suggestion. Everyone thought it was a joke at the time, but unexpectedly it was really adopted by the leader. According to the person in charge of the score-checking machine, Wang Mezi's suggestion reduced energy consumption by a few percent and saved a lot of money. If you want to know the specific achievements in papers, you can go to the night school to check. This time, Wang Mezi's functional contribution score was directly given 15 points, which immediately raised the total score. Wang Yushin smacked his lips. "Oh my god, 15 points. Among the 7 major scores, the upper limit of the scores of the 6 major items such as length of service and family is 10 points. Only the 7th item, that is, functional contribution, has no upper limit. As long as the workers have proposed effective improvement plans, have outstanding performance in major events, or have made outstanding contributions to society, etc., they can get certain points. The main reason why Wang Yushin's total score is only over 60 is that his functional contribution is almost zero, with only a consolation of 2.5. If the previous base is not high enough, and the functional contributions of other people are generally limited, Wang Yushin may not be able to get this house this time. So it is foreseeable that, with the exposure of Wang Mezi's precedent, a large number of workers are bound to focus on functional contribution. However, compared with these minor details, the more critical point is that the credibility of the rabbits has reached a new height. This is a very critical concept. With the expansion of Chixin City in the future, more refugees are destined to be integrated. In the long run, today's workers will definitely become the pillars of the future and the backbone of the entire working and peasant class. Once they have great trust in the credibility of the rabbits, many things will be much easier to handle. And once the credibility declines, well, I won't waste any more words here. Then Wang Yushin and his friends walked and talked, and returned to the factory. There are more than 30 workshops in the number 2 factory where they are located, with nearly 1,000 employees. The workshop where Wang Yushin and Fang Daong are located is number 6, also known as Group 6. Zhao Shitao and they are neighbors next door, from Group 9. Ma Wang is a little further away, from Group 22. However, although Ma Wang's workshop is far away, He is very likely to be the next lucky person to be allocated a house. Therefore, from the perspective of a long-term neighbor, Wang Yusheng and others did not alienate the old man along the way. Everyone finally parted outside the factory and agreed to have a meal and chat together if they had the chance. After all, today's meeting is also a kind of fate. The friendship between men is so simple. As long as the temperaments match, they can go and eat barbecue. After separating from Zhao Shitao and Ma Wang, Wang Yusheng followed Fang Daong back to the group. As a result, as soon as they entered the group, they saw the workshop director Liang Guangping waiting here, as well as a lot of colleagues with envious and even jealous eyes. It was mentioned before. The probability of the rabbits getting a house this time is 4,000 out of 60,000, which is 1 in 15. Of course 60,000 people include many groups that have not entered the factory. This ratio is smaller in the factory. It is about 40,000 out of 40,000, which is about 1 in 10. Therefore, in a relatively ordinary workshop, theoretically there are only 2 or 3 lucky people. If the luck is a little bit worse, there may be only 1 or even 0. This is the case with Wang Yusheng's group. There are more than 20 people in the whole workshop, and only Wang Yusheng got a house. And with so many migrant workers, you can't expect everyone to be particularly simple and not jealous. This is not realistic. Locally, writing an online novel will be reported by peers, not to mention things like houses. Therefore, it is foreseeable. Wang Yusheng might encounter some troubles in his work. But Wang Yusheng didn't care about it. He was a person with a small social circle. At this moment, he was more concerned about another question. Team leader Liang, when can we move into the house? Liang Guangping, 64 years old, is a retired employee of a local state-owned enterprise. He was re-employed in Damoji because of his rich work experience. He had experienced the era of housing allocation, so he knew the importance of a house and could empathize with Wang Yusheng. Facing Wang Yusheng's questions, he smiled softly, handed over a contract and a key. Xiao Wang, the list has been made public now. The workers who are assigned to the house can move in immediately as long as they sign this agreement. The contract is actually very simple, with only 2 key points. First, the property rights of the house belong to the unit, that is, our bicycle factory. This is the most important point. But as long as you are an employee of our factory, you can enjoy the right to live there permanently. After living there for 5 years, if you are willing to pay to transfer the ownership, that's fine. But the specific price is not under my control. You will have to go to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development when the time comes. The second is that the house will charge a symbolic rent every month. The specific amount is 24.8 yuan. But your family conditions can apply for a reduction or exemption subsidy, and the deduction will only be more than 10 yuan. It was mentioned a long time ago. Before the rabbits came to Qi County, the monthly salary of short-term workers was about 50 coppers. That is more than 100 Chinese yuan. Therefore, based on this salary level, the rabbits did not choose to vigorously improve the economic plate at the beginning. Instead, they made the transition in a relatively gentle way. More than 8 months have passed. The average wage of workers in Qi County is about 1,000 yuan, and the price has increased by about 30% compared to the original price. That is, the income has increased tenfold, and the price has increased by 1/3. A very perfect ratio. As one of the first batch of employees to enter the factory, Wang Yusheng now has a monthly salary of 1,300 yuan, and the actual amount is about 1,220 yuan. The rent of more than 10 yuan after the subsidy is completely acceptable to him. Therefore, after taking the agreement, he only took a few glances and signed it decisively. Liang Guangping then took back the contract, handed the key to Wang Yusheng, and patted him on the shoulder gently. Xiao Wang, the real estate certificate will be sent to you by a comrade from the HR department in 2 days, and someone will tell you how to do the handover. Now you only have to do one thing, go home and take your family to see the house. Wang Yusheng was slightly stunned, pointed to the big clock not far away and said, Team leader Liang, we haven't finished work yet. If I leave, Liang Guangping waved his hand and interrupted him, don't worry, the organization has specially approved it. At this time, we don't expect you to be in the mood to work honestly. By the way, the staff building is located on the Pingyungjing in the west of the city. It has a large entrance and is not difficult to find. When you go in, you have to scan your face to verify your identity, and be careful not to lose your composure. After all, You are the only one in our group who has been assigned a house, and you more or less represent the image of the group. Well, go back quickly, and remember to go to work on time tomorrow." Wang Yushan was driven out of the workshop by Liang Guangping in a daze, leaving behind a chattering discussion. After standing at the door of the workshop for a while, Wang Yushan suddenly came back to his senses. He ran into the carport quickly, found the bicycle he bought with the employee welfare discount, took off the keychain on his pants and poked it into the lock. Click, 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 excited. Wang Yushan tried 3 times before he inserted the key into the keyhole. Then he stepped on the pedal and rushed back home. To be more precise, it should be the West City Relief Tent, the temporary home. When Wang Yushan returned to the tent, his parents were chatting with a neighbor who was only 1 bed away, and they seemed to be discussing the cooking methods of some dishes. The younger sister happened to stay in the tent because of the holiday of elementary school, and was playing with a teddy bear doll, having a lot of fun. As mentioned before, there were 3 families living in this tent, with a total of 12 people. It was normal for people to come and go on weekdays. Therefore, at the beginning, Wang Yushan's parents did not notice that their son had returned, and thought that a member of a neighbor's family had entered the house. Instead, the neighbor across from them raised an eyebrow and noticed Wang Yushan's appearance. "Huh? Why is Yushan back? Good afternoon, Aunt Xiao." Wang Yushan greeted the neighbor and then planned to call his parents out to talk. But before he could say anything, he reacted. It is impossible to hide the distribution of houses from several neighbors, and it is not something that can be seen in the light, so there is no need to hide it. So he paused and said to his parents directly, "Dad, Mom, the factory's staff dormitory was completed today, and I was allocated a unit." As soon as the voice fell, the tent suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. After a long while, Wang Yushan's mother Lin Gimi came back to her senses. The woman who is deaf in her right ear seemed to have not heard her son's words clearly. She scratched her left ear in a funny way and asked with her face tilted, "Son, what did you say?" Wang Yushan walked up to her and gently helped her up. "Mom, we have a house." I don't know if it was because he had a house that gave him enough confidence, but Wang Yushan suddenly became very assertive at this moment. He supported his mother with one hand and picked up his sister with the other. At the same time, he smiled apologetically at the neighbors who looked surprised and didn't know what was going on, and then said to his father, "Dad, don't stand there, let's go look for a house." Note, another 9,000 words a day. This month is really busy. I will update twice a day tomorrow to keep healthy. Chapter 389, Room Allocation. "Son, did you really get a house?" On the way to the staff building, Wang Yushan told this story in detail. Lin Gimi and her husband never closed their mouths from beginning to end. House. This is such a simple, yet heavy term. Especially in today's troubled times, for ordinary people, a house is almost an unattainable luxury. Wang Yushan's memory of the house stayed in his 7-year-old childhood, and Lin Gimi's memory of the house also stayed in 12 years ago, which was the nightmare of the family. In fact, after being taken to Qi County City, Lin Gimi's family actually had the opportunity to regain a house. That was a few months ago, when Qi County City issued a plan for affiliated villages. As long as the refugees are willing to sign up to return to the land to cultivate, Qi County City will provide them with a simple dormitory. At that time, a group of farmers' delegations went to visit. But returning to the land means giving up the iron rice bowl in the factory. This risk is actually very large. Therefore, Wang Yushan's family discussed it for several days at that time, and even analyzed it with some other neighbors. Finally, they decided to stay in the city and continue to be working workers. After all, compared to farmers who have no security, workers at least have a guaranteed income. Once this choice was made, Wang Yushan's family basically had no chance of getting a house. Unexpectedly, a few months later, his son actually got a house of his own because his score met the requirements. Facing his parents who were still somewhat unbelievable, Wang Yushan didn't know what to say. He had to hold his sister with one hand, touch his head with the other hand, and smile naively. According to Liang Guangping's instructions, the community where the staff building is located is next to an ancient well in the west of the city. But in fact, even without this landmark, the staff community is actually quite easy to recognize, because the staff building is 7 stories high. 7-story buildings can be seen everywhere in the local area, and the word street rotting is not even enough to describe the popularity of this type of building. Basically, you can see it wherever you open your eyes. But the Great Mo realm is different. There are not many high-rise buildings in the entire Qi County. Generally, there are 1 or 2 floors, and there are not many buildings above 3 floors. Before the rabbits arrived, the tallest building in the entire city is the Wei family's Sutra Pavilion, which is only 4 stories high. This is one of the reasons why Qi County City covers an area of more than 10 square kilometers, but at the beginning it had only more than 10,000 people. Therefore, when more than 10 7-story buildings appear in a cluster, let alone landmarks, they themselves are landmarks. For example, at this time, Wang Yusheng and his party just turned around a rice shop and looked up to see the beige buildings not far away. Even though he had seen the check-in video in front of the notice board, Wang Yusheng was still a little dizzy by these tall buildings, while the tall building looking at the staff building not far away, which was exquisitely decorated and had no rough marks on the surface. Lin Gimi leaned towards her son a little shyly. Yusheng, is this building really for us to live in? If you ask me, the rich people in the village couldn't afford such a beautiful house at the time. Right, hearing his mother's question, Wang Yusheng was actually a little nervous at this time. But thinking of the agreement he signed with Liang Guangping and the key in his pocket, he suddenly had a surge of courage. Mom, of course it's true, the Chinese people can't lie to us. After saying that, he looked at his father. Dad, let's go over there. Wang Yusheng's father, Wang Lizihu, is an honest farmer who is taciturn on weekdays. At the same time, due to his background, he would subconsciously shrink his body when walking and walk along the street. At this juncture today, the farmer still didn't talk much, but his body was much straighter. He kept hinting to himself in his heart that he couldn't embarrass his child at this time. Hearing his son's words, Wang Lizihu's dark face flashed with expectation. He nodded gently. Okay, then the family adjusted their collars and cuffs and walked towards the gate of the community with hope. The 15 buildings opened by the rabbits this time all belong to one community and adopt closed management. That is to say, the subsequent staff buildings such as the second and third phases will not be divided into the existing community, but will be independent into other communities. The name of the first phase of the community is Fanhuli, and there is only one entrance. It is a standard opening and closing iron gate, about 3 or 4 meters high. Next to the gate are 2 side doors about 1.5 meters high, and then outside is the closed wall of the community. The main road of the community is connected to the avenue that was planned not long ago, and the auxiliary roads on both sides have also been upgraded to cement roads. Therefore, there is no need to worry too much about the traffic volume. At this moment, the entrance of the community is surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, bustling and lively. The dozens of meters to the entrance are like walking on the catwalk in China, even more stringent than walking on the catwalk. Because in China, even if you fall on the Victoria's Secret show, you can still buy hot searches to whitewash your words after you step down, and marry a rich family by the way. But this is not the case at the entrance of the community. The entertainment methods in the Damo world are relatively limited, and you can see aunts and uncles who move small stools to chat about gossip everywhere in the resettlement site. Therefore, once you make a fool of yourself in the crowd, it is destined to become a stalk that will accompany you for the rest of your life. Have you heard? The kid of XX family fell down when entering the community. The kid of XX family fell ill and died when entering the community. XX fell ill when entering the community and fell his kid to death. The wall of the community suddenly became ill and crushed XX and his kid to death. This is how it develops, and you can't wash it off. Therefore, Wang Yusheng's family walked very carefully, and from time to time they heard words like, "Isn't that the Wang family from our village?" There is no way, with a large number of people, it is not possible to hide all kinds of secrets. Basically, when Wang Yusheng's family finished this journey, almost all of their secrets were turned over. There is a small building next to the entrance of the community, with the 3 words guard room written on it in Chinese and Damo language. After working in the factory for so long, Wang Yusheng naturally understood what the guard did. Dad, Mom, you and my little sister wait here for a while. Wang Yusheng told his parents not to move, then took out a key from his pocket and walked straight to the guard room. Hello, I'm here to see the house. My name is Wang Yusheng. I work at the bicycle factory. My employee number is 2333, and here are my keys. The gatekeepers of the community are temporarily served by a guard platoon from the camp. After training qualified indigenous gatekeepers, they will withdraw from their posts. The person on duty today is a tall young soldier. After hearing Wang Yusheng's words through the translation device, He took out a device connected to the local area network from his body. This device, similar to a POS machine, is called AB facial recognition module, which is also a very mature technology. Some friends who often go to get off work by subway in big cities should be familiar with this. Police officers often use this machine to conduct random inspections on pedestrians. When you have an ID card, you can swipe it, and when you don't have an ID card, you can also do facial comparison. Of course, the random inspection is actually related to whether your face looks safe. For example, a writer named Novus Fisherman was often stopped for inspection while walking in Shanghai. It was so miserable. Ahem. The site returned to the original place. The security guard quickly input Wang Yushen's work number, and then put the equipment in front of Wang Yushen, blinked twice. Okay, passed. Wang Yushen pointed at himself with some surprise and asked, "Is it ready now?" "Yes, you can go in. Your room is 404, Unit 4. You can move in at any time. If you want to decorate, you can apply through the unit or find someone yourself. If you find someone yourself, the price may be cheaper, but the quality and technical means of the unit's application will be higher. After all, professional equipment is used." The security guard was unexpectedly easy to talk to, at least much friendlier than Wang Yushen imagined. In the past escape, Wang Yushen also worked as a small worker many times and knew how difficult some managers were. But this is a good thing after all, so Wang Yushen didn't hesitate too much and quickly waved to his parents and sister. "Dad, Mom, come in quickly." "Oh, come on." Lin Gimri and her husband quickly pulled their little daughter to follow and walked into the gate under the envious eyes of the people around them. Since the facial recognition system contains the information of relatives, Lin Gimri and the other two were allowed in after just doing facial recognition. After entering the community, Wang Yushen first looked around and took in the surrounding environment. The design of the staff community is actually very monotonous. Except for a few areas with a small amount of greenery, the rest are bare concrete floors. But even so, Wang Yushen's family still looked at it with relish. "Dad, Mom, this is the carport. It looks no different from the factory. These benches should be for everyone to cool off, and the table can be used to play chess. Look over there. There is a slide, but Xiaoyan is 13 years old. I don't know if she can go in to play." Wang Yushen walked and talked, and soon came to the building marked with the Arabic numeral 4. The width of the corridor is about 2 meters, and the handrail is made of concrete. There is a small iron ball at the bottom of the handrail, which is also called an anti-Jackie Chan device in the local area. Clang! Wang Yushen's sister Wang Xiaoyan knocked on the small iron ball with some curiosity, but she was startled by the echo. Wang Yushen touched his sister's head with some pity, pointed to the corridor and said, "Dad, Mom, let's go up. There is no elevator in the staff building, so you can only walk the whole way." After all, the current living standard in Qi County has not reached that level. Secondly, the materials of the elevator will occupy some light or transportation capacity and decoration time, which is not cost-effective. For some elderly people, the rabbits use the low-rise floor placement method. When the time is right in the future, the elevator may be considered for upgrading. The workers who moved in naturally had no objection to this. It was nothing more than walking a few more steps. After escaping for decades, leg strength was one of the physical qualities that they were least lacking. For example, at this moment, the height of the 4th floor was not difficult for Wang Yushen's family. Even Wang Xiaoyan, who was only 13 years old, could reach it easily. After arriving at the 4th floor, Wang Yushen and his family began to search one room at a time. 401,402,403 to 404. The number 404 is not beautiful in the local area, but for Wang Yushen's family, it is undoubtedly a code for heaven. Wang Yushen took out a key, thought about it, and handed it to his father. "Dad, you open it." Wang Lizu was silent for a few seconds, and squeezed out a word from the corner of his tightly pursed mouth. "Okay." Then he took the key and inserted it into the keyhole with some trembling. 21 years ago, he rented a few acres of land and built a thatched house with his life savings. 12 years ago, a beast tide attacked. That was also the darkest time of his life. He stood on a high mountain in despair, watching his fields and home destroyed. Later, the family had a long journey of escape. Unexpectedly, 12 years later, he had another chance to touch the word home. Tick-tock, a hot teardrop fell from his eyes, containing the bitterness of life, and hit Wang Lizu's calloused hands heavily. The tears after bursting flowed along the lines on his hands, and finally flowed to the junction of the key and the keyhole. Perhaps it was the infiltration of tears that the key suddenly inserted into the keyhole smoothly. Then Wang Lizhu subconsciously twisted it lightly. Click, the door opened. A rough house appeared in front of several people. Wang Xiaowen was the first to be unable to restrain herself, and jump into the house, waving the teddy bear in her hand. Oh, we have a home, we have a home. Lin Gimi's eyes were also wet, and the corners of her mouth kept trembling. Wang Xiaowen was born a year before the beast tide came, so she has only a very vague or even zero memory of the word home. Looking at her little daughter jumping in the room, Lin Gimi suddenly pulled up her husband with one hand and her son with the other. The whole family stepped into the room together. Inside and outside the door, it seemed like a transition between two worlds. This staff room is currently only a rough prototype. Except for a few limited equipment such as toilets and shower faucets, other facilities have not been decorated. But this is not difficult for Lin Gimi. During the long escape, although this woman's ears were deaf on one side, her management ability has improved by more than one level. She just glanced at the room quickly and had a general idea in her mind. You can put a table here. This room is bigger, so let Yushin and Xiaowen live in it. Just use a cloth to separate the middle. You can put a cabinet here. Compared with a mother who planned the layout of the facilities, Wang Yushin cared more about the decoration of the house. After all, he had seen ceramic decorations many times in the factory, so his vision was naturally higher. Mom, do you think we should find someone else to decorate it, or should we directly contact the company to contact the Chinese decoration team? Of course we will find it ourselves. Before Lin Gimi could say anything, Wang Lizhu spoke first. I worked as a laborer in Dongtao City 7 or 8 years ago, so I know a little bit about it. It would definitely be cheaper to find a private job for this kind of thing. Isn't there a tiler in the tent next to us? And the one-eyed dragon who is farther away is also a good hand at repairing leaks. But Lin Gimi shook her head, and she put her hands on her waist and said, a tiler is a tiler. We don't need to tile this house, and the same goes for repairing leaks. Why don't you find a leak to repair first? Besides, how can the quality of private work compare to that of machines? You have seen those machines before. We have to live in this house for the rest of our lives, so we can't save this little money. That's not necessarily true. We have lived in thatched huts before. Why don't we live in such a good place? It's better to save some money for Xiaowen and Yushin to make plans for the future. Looking at his parents who disagreed with each other, Wang Yushin raised a smile. This is really a happy trouble. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the house. Is anyone there? Lin Gimi couldn't help but look at her husband, and they walked to the door together. Who is it? At this moment, there were several people standing outside the door in the same simple clothes. The leader was a woman who was about the same age as Lin Gimi. Hearing this, she immediately smiled and said, hello, sister, we are from 405 next door. We heard the noise here and came to see and recognize the face. Lin Gimi suddenly realized and quickly put on a smile. Oh, it turns out to be a neighbor. Come, let me introduce you. My name is Lin Gimi. This is my husband. My daughter. This is my son, who is not married yet and is now an operator in the bicycle factory. Hearing Lin Gimi's introduction, an inexplicable light suddenly appeared in the eyes of the woman opposite. She pulled a girl who was about the same age as Wang Yushin over and said, oh? An operator? What a coincidence. This is my daughter Liang Xilan, who is also an operator now. I had diarrhea from heat stroke, and I scratched my throat with the old method. It was pitch black. I just came back to code, and I worked all night tonight. I was groggy all day in the hospital this morning, and I couldn't sleep at night even if I wanted to. Chapter 390 Infrastructure Achievements. 3 days later. Xinhao Camp, Command Room. Shi Zhan put a report on the table in front of Lin Li and reported, Captain Lin, the first phase of staff housing has been allocated, and 1,243 household owners and their families are moving into the staff building one after another. This is a detailed summary report. You can take a look. If there is no problem, please sign it, and I will go directly to the archives to approve the retention slip. Okay, I'll take a look first. Director Shi, please find a place to rest for a while. Lin Li first asked Shi Zhehong to sit down, and at the same time took the report and flipped through a few pages. Suddenly, his eyes stayed on a certain column, and he looked up with a surprised look. Wait. Director Shi, why are there so many reports in this column? More than 500, just as Lin Li said. There are many detailed statistical results of the items in the report, and most of the columns are still normal, or not much different from the expected initial entry. Only the number on the publicity result report acceptance item is a bit wrong, with more than 550. To be fair, it is completely understandable that there are few mistakes and omissions in the scoring work of more than 40,000 people. In fact, the rabbits are also prepared for error tolerance. According to the established model calculation, there may be 3 to 5 objects with problems. But the number of 550 reports is too outrageous, which is completely beyond the expectations of Lin Li and the command center. Looking at Lin Li with a surprised face, Shiz-Ehan pulled a trace of helplessness at the corner of his mouth and explained, "Captain Lin, we have verified these more than 550 reports one by one. We found that about 70 of them are deviations due to incomplete information, that is, reasonable reports in concept. For example, some workers disagree with the scores of a familiar colleague and report the relevant situation to the team leader. Finally, it was found that the person being reported had other undisclosed points or deductions, which is actually quite normal and a reasonable question. But the remaining 480 or so are different. They are all malicious reports." Lin Li was slightly stunned and subconsciously wanted to slap the table. But considering that Shiz-Ehan was present, he finally chose to restrain himself. He curled his index finger and knocked it hard on the table, his tone a little depressed. "These red-eye diseases, they won't stop even if we change the world." As a person who has experienced a special era, Lin Li really hates the word report. In fact, there are many similar red-eye diseases in the local scientific research field. Some people have been looking for loopholes to report for a long time, but haven't found any loopholes to report. Do you dare to believe that the repetition rate of the paper review is high? What is a review? It's an introduction. There are not many papers of Nobel Prize winners on the earth with a review repetition rate of less than 30%. Looking at Lin Li, who was a little angry, Shiz-Ehan couldn't help shaking his head. There's no way. We can't expect everyone's character to be as good as a moral model, don't you think? In fact, in terms of proportion, the proportion of reporters is actually quite good. It can even be considered very healthy. Lin Li was stunned. Then he calmed down and thought about it, and found that it was true. Chixin City has a total of more than 40,000 workers, and this time only received more than 480 malicious reports. Excluding the cases where one person reported multiple times, the proportion of malicious reports may not even reach 1%. For an uncivilized group, this ratio is indeed healthy. Then Lin Li waved his hand and exhaled, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Director Shi, how are the supporting facilities in the city being prepared now?" Hearing Lin Li asking about the progress of the facilities, Shiz-Ehan's expression changed instantly and he immediately felt much more relaxed. After all, when it comes to infrastructure, there is no need to say much about the strength of the rabbits. "Captain Lin, the supporting facilities are going very smoothly, even far exceeding our expectations. In our city expansion plan, the 2 areas of the west and east of the city will have a high priority, because the number of refugees in these 2 areas is also the highest. In addition to the completed first phase of the staff building, the second, third, and fourth phases are all being carried out simultaneously. If nothing unexpected happens, in another 4 months, there will be nearly 4,500 refugees moving in, 4,500 households. I remember that the average family coefficient of employees is 2.8, right? That is, one person has to support 2.8 people including himself." Lin Li calculated the numbers in his mouth, and at the same time looked up the progress plan on the table. "According to the long-term plan, our total population is expected to be about 134,300 in 4 months. 4,500 times 2.8 is more than 12,000, including the employees of the same period. It is about 17,000, 1.7 to 13.43. This gap is still not small. We still have to work harder and not slack off. If one more building is completed, one more worker can have a home, which is a great good." As he spoke, Lin Li thought of something else and looked at Shiz-Ehan and asked, "By the way, Director Shi, what about the roads in the city? I wonder if any of my classmates still remember. When Julian first entered Qi County, he explored the largest street A in the city. Of course. Later, in contact with the Wei Mansion, everyone learned the original name of this street, Fish Sauce Street. Fish Sauce Street is the main urban road in Qi County, with a width of about 20 meters. It is 500 to 600 meters long and runs across the center of the entire city. In addition to Fish Saw Street, there is no street in the entire Qi County that is more than 10 meters wide. This kind of road was planned a long time ago, so it can easily carry all kinds of traffic. At most, it may be crowded during some holidays, but then again, given the current environment of the Great Mo realm, it is hard to say whether there will be a holiday in a year. However, with the influx of a large number of refugees, the population of Qi County City has suddenly increased to nearly 6 times the original. In addition, vehicles such as bicycles have gradually become popular, and the original roads have become less suitable for use. Tens of thousands of workers walk on a small path during rush hour. You can recall the scene when you were in high school, which was almost 5 or 6 times more severe than that. Therefore, upgrading the basic roads in the city is urgent. Facing Lin Li's inquiries, Shi Zhehan was obviously prepared. He first took out a document folded into the size of a rheumatoid ointment from his briefcase. Spreading it out and flattening it, it was a general layout map of Qi County City. Judging from the more prominent shape of its east and west sides, this is still a layout map after expansion. Then Shi Zhehan's finger slid from south to north along a thick red line on the chart and said, "Captain Lin, this thick red line is the main road of the city after our upgrade. This main road is 2.4 kilometers long and 60 meters wide. It connects the main areas in the south and north of the city. At present, it is a 2-lane road, and it can be widened and upgraded to 6 lanes in the future. At the same time, it has multiple branches, connecting the east and west sides. The width of the red line is between 20 and 30 meters. Since this road does not need to consider too high-intensity pressure, it took only more than 6 months from construction to completion, and it is now officially put into use. According to our calculations, this road can carry a total population of 800,000 people at its maximum load. Of course, the branch road can't do it. Maybe when the total population reaches about 300,000, the branch road will have to be widened and upgraded." Lin Ziming nodded, then looked at the road on the construction drawing, and continued to ask, "What about the shops and residents around the road? How are they resettled?" Note, I'm coding in the heat stroke. Please give me some monthly tickets. A new plot is about to begin. Heavy rain in Shanghai. I will mention it as much as I can. It seems that it is difficult to be on the hot search due to time constraints, and it has been stuck at 40 or 50. I wanted to donate some money but couldn't find the official channel. I called Jinsong Red 10 but no one answered. Friends who know can mention it. Shanxi is a major cold province and supplies thermal power resources to many provinces. The ancients said that those who carry firewood for the public should not be allowed to freeze to death in the wind and snow. Shanxi is a real firewood carrier. Chapter 391 A Seed. The original merchants and residents. Hearing Lin Li's question, Shi Zhehan continued to move his finger to both sides of the road and explained, the merchants were directly resettled on the spot, and the property rights also belonged to them. After all, this was originally their industry. Most merchants are still very satisfied, because the upgraded road has a much larger flow rate than the original road. With a large flow rate, business will naturally be much better. Of course, with a large flow rate, the corresponding noise will be louder on weekdays. Therefore, some shops will definitely feel uncomfortable. For these shops and residents, our original idea was to move directly to other quieter areas. But then we suddenly found out. What did you find out? Someone took the lead and bought the ownership of their shops. Lin Li was slightly stunned, then blinked, and was not too surprised about this. Who? Is it the Wei family? Or some other family members? In addition to the Wei family, there are several large and small cultivator families in Qi County, and there are also some wealthy businessmen at a lower level. These wealthy families have a higher degree of understanding of policies than ordinary people. If they have vision and courage, it is not impossible to set up some plans in advance. For these wealthy families, as long as they do not cross the line, the rabbits generally do not care too much about them. However, what surprised Lin Li was that Shi Zhehan shook his head and said, "It is not the Wei family or other families, not even wealthy businessmen. The people who took action are ordinary people in the city." Lin Li was really stunned this time. Ordinary people? Yes, ordinary people. Shi Zhehan's face showed a trace of surprise and emotion, and said, or to be precise, it was a fundraising action by several ordinary people. When we first arrived in Qi County City, these ordinary people had signed up to work on the construction site, and continued for a long time. Therefore, they saved a lot of money. Now that the Huaxia currency has begun to occupy a circulating position in Qi County City, the group of ordinary people who save money and did not go to the supermarket to buy things have gradually established some economic foundation. According to our observation, at present, there are several small groups among the civilians and refugees. They use the money they collected to buy some shops. It seems that they are preparing to open their own shops, just as Xi Zhejiang said. Recently, when the Chixin City Control team was preparing to relocate merchants, they suddenly discovered that 7 or 8 civilians had raised funds together and bought the ownership of the shops before them. Later, they found out that these people actually had some relationship with a construction site. When the rabbits first came to Chixin City, in order to recruit enough labor and build trust, they offered very high wages at the beginning. 1 day's work was not enough to cover 10 days, but it could barely cover 3 or 4 days. In addition to refugees like Zhao Kaianju, there were also some natives of Chixin City among the workers at that time. Some of those natives spent the money immediately after getting it, and exchanged it for other resources in the Happiness supermarket. Some saved the money. Now some of the latter seem to have discovered some business opportunities and started to collect land together. Captain Lin, do you know what this represents? Xi Zhejiang's tone was a little excited and solemn. This is the prototype of the civilian chamber of commerce, and it can even be said to be the prototype of a private joint stock enterprise, private fundraising. This kind of behavior is actually very common in the local area. Various chambers of commerce in ancient times were like this. However, in modern times, this behavior has a relatively formal name, raising shares. Of course, here we refer to legal behavior. Private placement is risky and we do not support it. The first joint stock enterprise after the new calendar in the local area was the Window City Bayonne County United Investment Company, established in July 1983. And the year after that, 1984, was called the first year of local enterprises. That year, many big names were born later: Haier Group, Vank, Delaxy, TCL, Jian Libao, etc. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary people, Qi County City may have just added a few bold businessmen. But in the eyes of Xi Zhejiang and others, they saw the seedlings of the private economy. In fact, very early on, the rabbits made a policy to revitalize the economy of Qi County City. And in the past period of time, they have been working in this direction. For example, introducing factories, guiding the catering industry, etc. Although these behaviors are effective, they are inseparable from the macro control of the rabbits. From a conceptual point of view, it belongs to the blood transfusion link. If you want a city to be truly revitalized, blood transfusion alone is not enough. It must be able to produce blood. And the behavior of those civilians right now is producing blood. Tell the truth. After learning about the relevant situation, Xi Zhejiang immediately put aside the depression brought by those informants. His mood is like those local ant lovers who see their own queen ants lay eggs. When they are excited, they are afraid that if they exert a little force, the newborn hope will be destroyed. Lin Li obviously realized this and asked, "Director Xi, what are the characters of those civilians? Are they simply planning to hold on to the properties and sell them off when the price is high? Or are they planning to do some business?" Xi Zhejiang took out a few more file bags from his briefcase, opened the cowhide seals, and pulled out a few photocopied files. "Captain Lin, there are a total of 12 people in this group, and the leader is called Yu Bingfu. I have read his files, and this person is indeed quite capable. He is not a native of Qi County. Instead, he fled from another city more than 10 years ago, and his original job was an accountant. Later, after working hard, he turned from a refugee into a local with a registered permanent residence. And the process was very clean, without any stains. According to our investigation, Yu Bingfu and his team seemed to be planning to become a broker." Lin Li was stunned when he heard this. Broker. It is a local commercial organization engaged in trade intermediaries in ancient and modern times. In the Pre-Qin and Han dynasties, trade intermediaries were called and. In the Tang and 5 dynasties, they began to be called Yaling and Yaji. In the Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties, they were also called leaders of the people, brokers and traders, and were generally called Yaren. In the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty, Yaren officially began to be called Xing. The market law formulated in 1523 mentioned the term Yahong for the first time. In other words, the civilian named Yu Bingfu was going to do intermediary matters. At this time, Xi Zhejiang spoke again. "I have talked to several experts, And they also think that Yahoo is actually a very good business direction. After all, it is not the time when we just entered the city. Although the entire Chixin city is still under our control, the intensity is no longer as strict as it was at the beginning. For example, the several villages outside our city. To be honest, if someone really escapes in the middle of the night, we will not find it until the next day at least. This is an inevitable trend, and we can't keep suppressing them. And with the relaxation of our various instructions, Yahoo has the possibility of appearing, as Shizaheng said. Although the rabbits are still absorbing refugees, the control of the entire city is not as strong as before. At the beginning, Qi County City implemented martial law and curfew. Food was collected directly at the relief point. Now, the rabbits are only responsible for macro control. At most, they guide the new people when they enter the city. As for how you want to spend money and where you spend it, the rabbits don't care at all. The same is true for private trade. For example, some clothing. Xingfu supermarket sells industrial textiles, and the tailor shop in the city also sells handicrafts. No one cares where you want to buy. For example, after a while, the rice outside the city will be ripe. Most of them will definitely be eaten by the rabbits, but there will definitely be a lot of them that will be circulated through private trade. Even if you are brave enough, you can set up a caravan to sell in other cities 100 miles away. This is not impossible. Therefore, after a while, the dental industry or some other derivative industries have the basis for generation. At this time, Lin Li thought of something. He suddenly moved his eyes to the map that Shizaheng had used to introduce the progress of the road, and locked on a certain factory. Then he pointed at the map and asked, "Director Shi, if I remember correctly, there is a clothing wholesale plan at the clothing factory, right?" Shizaheng nodded subconsciously. "Yes, but the wholesale plan will theoretically be opened in 3 months. What do you mean?" Lin Li pondered for a while, raised his eyelids, and waved his hand with great courage. "I think we can release a batch of quotas first, and use this opportunity to promote the embryonic form of the dental industry and clothing wholesale industry. There are now 4 factories in Qi County, namely the textile factory, agricultural machinery factory, bicycle factory and fertilizer factory. Among them, the textile factory has the largest number of workers, with a total of more than 23,000 employees. After all, the rabbits made a plan when they introduced the factory. The production line is mainly manual, in order to accommodate enough employees. The current product flow of the textile factory mainly has 2 directions. One is to sell it in Xingfu supermarket, and at the same time provide basic clothing supply for refugees who have just arrived in Qi County and have no income. The second is to export to Linyuan City and Zhejiang City, which is part of the trade reached with Yangbali. In the long-term plan, the rabbits have another plan. That is to develop some channel wholesalers to form a developed clothing industry in Zhejiang City. Even further, develop some large downstream customers, so as to directly customize or even contract the production capacity of some clothing factories. There are so many precedents in the local area. The famous production places are Guangdong Province, Fujian Province, and Jiangsu Province. The sales or transit ends are Sijiking 13 lines, etc. According to the headquarters plan, this plan may be officially implemented in 3 months. By then, the total population in Qi County will be between 120,000 and 125,000, which is about the population of an ordinary county town in the local area. This population already has the foundation for the formation of the clothing industry. With local precedents, it is simply a win for wholesalers. It's nothing more than who the lucky one is. But listening to Lin Li's words now, it seems that he intends to advance this plan? Shizaheng hesitated for a while, and asked uncertainly, "Captain Lin, if we plan ahead, will we cause some problems in the subsequent arrangements? If we lose the big picture for the small, that would be bad." Lin Li shook his head decisively, looking confident. "It is highly unlikely. In addition to the population gap between Qi County now and 3 months later, the rest is the difference in the amount of savings of the working class. But clothes are not expensive items. As long as the trend of life is relatively stable, 1 month or 3 months of savings will not affect the shopping behavior of clothing. Let me give an example from the local area. If you have a stable income of 12,000 yuan per month and have no worries about food and accommodation, then even if you only have 2,000 yuan in your hand, it is still okay to buy a 100 yuan piece of clothing when you go shopping. There is no need to wait until you have 20,000 or even 200,000 yuan in your hand to buy it. After listening to Lin Li's words, Shi Zhehong almost figured it out. Indeed. Clothes are different from houses and cars. Unless they are those 5 or 6-digit expensive brands, ordinary people don't need to be too rich to buy them. At present, the average savings of workers with more than 3 months of service in Qi County City should be around 40,000 to 50,000 Chinese yuan. A piece of clothing from a textile factory only costs 20 or 30 yuan, or at most 40 or 50 yuan. If the wholesale channels can offer a little more discount, I believe that many people will be willing to pay for 1 or 2 pieces. Therefore, Lin Li's idea is theoretically feasible, but it has certain risks. But on the other hand, once Lin Li's idea succeeds, the harvest will be extraordinary. First, Qi County City will immediately have the prototype of the clothing industry, laying a solid foundation in advance. If there is an opportunity in the future, Qi County City may even become the handicraft clothing center of the Great Mo realm. Once this situation actually happens, Qi County City will be able to stably accommodate millions of refugees. Even the number at the top will not be too small. Secondly, the seedlings of private enterprises will be irrigated vigorously. Compared with the risks, this is undoubtedly an opportunity worth trying. Anyway, it's hard to say. Even if the final attempt fails, it is not difficult to adjust the rhythm back on track with the ability of the rabbits. After confirming this intention, Lin Li quickly organized a meeting of the camp leaders. Finally, the meeting voted to pass. Without contacting Yu Bingfu and others, the clothing wholesale plan will be launched in advance, and appropriate regulatory measures will be used to assist. At this moment, Yu Bingfu, who was far away in Chicken City and was giving chicken soup to his companions, did not know that he and others had been targeted by the rabbits. At about the same time, the rabbit supplies happened to be transported to Zhejiang City. Note, the latest 8 chapters are a new writing method that I tried after communicating with Uncle Tong. That is, I put more perspective on the refugees, and this chapter is the end. During this period, there was not much fluctuation in the number of follow-ups and new additions, so I am not sure whether readers like it or not, so just give a rating for this plot, and rate it at the bottom line. Everyone's rating will determine some of my subsequent ideas. Of course, the outline will definitely not be affected, I have said it long ago. The full score is 10 points, the passing score is 6 points, and the minimum score is 0 points. Please rate here. Another day of 9,000 words, lying on the bed and asking for monthly tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Finalizing the cooperation and preparing to survive the disaster. 3 days later, in a valley outside Zhejiang City, a breeze blew, bringing with it a cool breeze. At this moment, the valley had already been set up with a martial law formation, and was personally guarded by Yang Wanli, the head of the Yang family. The level of this formation was very high, and any cultivator below the Jinden realm could not enter without permission. On the flat ground in the valley, more than a dozen people were gathered at this time. There was also a set of equipment covering an area of more than 20 square meters around. These dozen people had slightly different clothes, shapes and behaviors, and were vaguely divided into 2 factions. One faction was the Yang family led by Yang Zhengchu, a cultivator of the half-step Yuanying realm. The other faction was naturally the rabbits, who were headed by Manying on the surface, but Zhenggu was actually the main person in charge. The reason why both parties gathered here this time was very simple. It was to test whether the rabbits' formation had the ability to resist the thunder tribulation. Although the real Yuanying thunder tribulation would only appear during the tribulation, due to the existence of the preset heart demon tribulation, there was no need to consider the mental pressure during the thunder tribulation. In other words, the whole process of passing the tribulation is a standard physical tribulation, or energy tribulation. Therefore, in theory, as long as you can withstand the same energy attack, it means that you can safely pass the thunder tribulation. As for how to create an attack that is not much different from the thunder tribulation, or even stronger, this is not something the rabbits need to consider. Zhejiang City has been established for thousands of years. It would be abnormal if it could not achieve this level of attack. The rabbits are sure. The warehouse of this old shady city is 100% full of various killers. For example, at this time, Yang Zhangchu held a talisman in his hand and showed it to Moning, shopkeeper Ma. This is a 4th level lightning talisman. It was collected from a mysterious thunder pool in the Star Sea, also called Strange Thunder. Although it is not the same type of thunder punishment as the nascent soul heavenly tribulation. But its power is exactly the same, or even stronger. Although I have not yet entered the nascent soul, I can still activate and control this talisman with a half-step realm and some other means. Moning nodded slightly, as if he was listening attentively, but a trace of regret flashed across his eyes. The 4th level lightning talisman came from the Star Sea, one of the 3 dangerous places. If the rabbits can get this talisman for research, they may be able to analyze a lot of important information. It is even possible to make a breakthrough in a certain technology. After all, this precedent has happened before. Unfortunately, this talisman must be consumed at the moment, and there is no possibility of replacement. Even if the rabbits bring nuclear bombs and say that this thing is more powerful than the nascent soul, the Yang family will definitely choose to stick to using their own talismans. We can only hope that this talisman is not a unique copy. Otherwise, given the rabbits' personalities, they will probably feel distressed for a long time. Then Moning looked at Zheng Guchen and asked in Chinese, "Academician Zheng, have you debugged the equipment over there?" Zheng Guchen was standing in front of the screen with weapons expert Tang Pin, operating it. Considering that some students have a bad memory, Tang Pin's identity is mentioned here. He is a weapons expert at the Xinhao camp. The 12.7mm psychic armor-piercing projectile was originally made by Tang Pin's team. He is also the inventor of the helium ferrous crystal array. It is precisely for this reason that the command center specially sent Tang Pin to Zhejiang City this time, in order to prevent any difficult-to-solve loopholes in the whole process. Hearing Moning's question, Zheng Guchen raised his head and said, "It will be ready soon. It will be ready soon. We are conducting the last simulation. The point calculation will soon be 80% complete. It will be almost done in another hour. Since the simulation is not using the Tehu Light supercomputer, the entire calculation process will be relatively slow. After all, there is no need to calculate the landing point of lightning in this experiment, so there is no need to use the trump card." 2 minutes later, Zheng Guchen adjusted his glasses and said, "Professor Ma, the 4th simulation calculation is completed. We have built a condensed matter model. The electron's Hamiltonian has been described, and the vector potential has taken 6.3 Landau energy levels. Theoretically, there will be no problem with this experiment." Hearing this, Moning frowned. "Academician Zheng, this experiment is of great importance. Can't there be a 100% plan?" The 3 words theoretically are not appropriate, right? Don't worry, it's just the rigor of a science student. Zheng Guchen waved his hands at him, with an expression that he couldn't reason with you liberal arts people. Accidents can happen in everything. For example, the Great Mo realm may suddenly be destroyed in the next second? Who can say for sure? Even if the probability of occurrence is very low, it is still a probability. We can't just ignore it, right? Just like a toothpick, no matter how small it is still a thing, right? Looking at the nagging Zheng Guchen, Moning rubbed his temples with a headache. It is said that scholars are stubborn, but in fact, science students are no worse than scholars when it comes to nitpicking. The key is that they can also come up with a lot of crooked ideas. Okay, if there is no problem, let's get ready quickly. Try to satisfy Party A. The command center is watching. Zheng Guchen heard this and then raised his eyebrows at Tang Pin with a smug look, like the salesman who saw Batman in Ganarindu. Of course. This kind of playfulness will be gone in a flash, and serious things are more important. Seeing his expression serious, the command assistants carried out the final verification. "Yuan Xin, can you check the M290's containment box and catheter again? Xiao Deng, can you correct the placement of the monster crystal? Xiao Lin, you." Half an hour later, a container with a length, width and height of about 2 meters was placed on the ground. There was a dog in the container, which was made of ordinary glass. Glass could not play any role in defending against attacks, and was mainly used to prevent the dog inside from escaping. At the top of the container is a platform, on which the prepared helium ferrous microcrystals are placed. However, the chain reaction of dimerized helium has not yet been generated in the formation, and there is not enough substrate energy to provide. Therefore, the crystals do not have a barrier state and look limp. On the other side of the container are 2 silver-gray cylinders with a diameter of about 50 centimeters. The 2 cylinders are filled with Mach 290 and solid spiritual energy, respectively. plus an environment of 16 standard atmospheres. This is the side where the base energy is generated, that is, the energy source of the helium ferrous crystal array. As for the other key and even core microbial energy storage technology, it was not brought to the scene this time because it was temporarily unavailable. After all, lightning only strikes once, and it is useless to store energy. After everything was ready, everyone retreated 200 meters away. Yang Zhengchu flew to the edge of the cliff in the valley and activated the 4th level lightning talisman. Because it was a semi-cross level activation talisman, Yang Zhengchu's divine consciousness suddenly dropped by more than half before the lightning flew out. The whole person instantly felt a little weak or tired. But because of this, he also had a more intuitive understanding of the power of this lightning. Yang Zhengchu was sure that the power of this lightning was even greater than the ordinary lightning punishment of the Yuanying thunder tribulation, and only the last few great tribulations could be comparable to it. Therefore, the array that could block this lightning had a defense power of at least 90% that of the entire round of heavenly tribulation. Boom! In a flash of lightning, a rare red lightning instantly flew out of the talisman, rushing straight down with violent energy. Then it hit the container heavily. Oh woo! The dog in the container let out a terrified scream and fled around in the container. After a while, the lightning completely disappeared and the talisman was scrapped. However, the container was unscathed because it was protected by the helium ferrous crystal array. The distance between the cliff and the valley bottom was about 200 meters. It was not easy for ordinary people to see a point at this distance. But Yang Zhengchu, as a powerful practitioner of the half-step Yuanying realm, has a vision that is almost at the same level as an eagle's eye. Not to mention 200 meters 2000 meters is not a difficult task. Therefore, he easily took in the entire process of the experiment, including the results. Obviously, the defense formation provided by the Teoshu Chamber of Commerce has no problem with the instantaneous defense effect. Then he flew down from the cliff and came to Moning and others, and said directly, "Shopkeeper Ma, your defense formation is indeed extraordinary. At least it can steadily block the attack of a Yuanying realm practitioner. But I have one more thing I want to know. How can you prove that it can last as long as you say?" In the tribulation plan proposed by the rabbits before, one point was clearly mentioned: the entire tribulation process will be weakened in energy level through technical means, so that the tribulation person can steadily bear the bombardment of the thunder tribulation. And this method requires a lot of time. Considering that some of the students who are not familiar with it have questions, here is a simple formula to explain it. Assume that the total energy of the thunder tribulation is m, the instantaneous energy of the original thunder tribulation is n, and the time is t as long as you have studied 5th grade elementary school mathematics. There is a formula that can be established: m equals nxt. The purpose of the rabbits is to weaken the instantaneous energy level while ensuring that the total energy remains unchanged, because only by absorbing enough bodybuilding substances can the tribulation survivors be promoted to the nascent soul stage. In this way, t must be extended. To put it more simply, it is the difference between a bottle of white wine and a box of beer for you to choose, whether to drink it in one gulp or take it slowly. I don't understand this anymore. I can't help it. Now that the formation has verified its defensive capabilities, Yang Zhengchu naturally turned his attention to the question of how long it can last. Facing Yang Zhengchu's question, Moning obviously had something in mind. This is very simple. Let's prepare some more materials and keep this formation open for half a day. During this period, the operation table will be completely monitored by you, and you can use high-intensity attack methods to test it at any time. For example, one elder in the Jinden realm will bombard for 1 or 2 hours, and then the next one will be replaced. Occasionally, some 4th level attacks will be interspersed during this period, etc. In addition to Yang Zhengchu, the Yang family also has 2 elders in the 8th level of the Jinden realm. In addition, there are 4 middle and high-level Jinden realms, including Yang Wanli. Their full-strength attacks are still far from the Yuanying realm, but they are not something that can be blocked by any defensive formation. During this period, coupled with the impact of the 4th level talisman, the sustained effect of the formation can basically be judged. Although the cost of doing so will be very high. But if a Yuanying realm can really be born, then this kind of initial investment is just as good as buying 10,000 bitcoins on January 4, 2009. Therefore, after some discussion, the Yang family finally agreed to this proposal. Then, several Yang family practitioners, including Yang Zhengchu, experienced what it was like to be a donkey in a production team. According to the rabbits' estimates, During these 3 Chinese days, the Yang family's expenditure on elixirs and talismans was at least close to 300,000 spiritual stones. 3 Chinese days later, Yang Wanli, with a vicissitudes expression on his face, found Moning, shopkeeper Ma, signed the agreement. Note, for the continuity of the plot, there will be one update in the next few days, but the number of words is not here. I'm asking for the names of the talismans. I'm so stupid. Chapter 393 The Big Guy is Coming. To be honest, Yang Wanli or the Yang family's decision was actually somewhat unexpected by the rabbits. According to the think tank's idea, the Yang family will most likely continue to verify the defensive effect of the crystal array through other means before making a decision. There is nothing wrong with this idea, but who made Yang Zhengchu in a dilemma at this time? This is a secret that cannot be analyzed with brain power. The whole process has been accelerated without the rabbits knowing. But overall, this is a good thing after all. Therefore, Moning did not delve too much and signed an agreement with Yang Wanli on the spot. The 2 parties agreed that the Fengling Yuan clan represented by Moning will use the clan's heritage to help Yang Zhengchu survive the nascent soul tribulation. And the Yang family will bear all resource expenditures throughout the process. This includes no less than 2,000 monster crystals and 500,000 spirit stones for work loss expenses. Of course. The most important thing is that after the matter is completed, Zikyong City will provide no less than 20 places for the demon. That's right. 20. Because once Yang Zhengchu breaks through to the nascent soul stage, the status of the entire Yang family in Yaok will be completely different. Let's not talk about entering the decision-making level. At least he can be regarded as a core member of Yaok. At that time, if the Yang family wants to send some people to the Great Mo realm, the difficulty will be completely different from now. This is exactly what the rabbits value most. The rest of the spirit stones are certainly valuable, but 500,000 spirit stones are only 3 billion Chinese currency. Not to mention the whole country, the GDP of any county-level city in 2020 is more than 10 times this number. Of course. Strictly speaking, spirit stones and Chinese currency cannot be directly equated. But the nature is the same. It is too low to be obsessed with money. The site returns to the original place. The agreement between the 2 parties was not signed too formally, just a handprint and signature. After all, to put it bluntly, the agreement really has little legal effect in the Great Mo realm. It is easy to say that Yang Zhengchu can survive the catastrophe, and everyone is happy. But if they fail to cross, they can forget about cooperation. After the agreement was signed, Yang Wanli and Moning parted ways and each prepared the necessary materials. The rabbits needed to prepare the main body of the Tehulite supercomputer, energy supply equipment, and condensed microorganism containers for energy storage. The Yang family needed to prepare more than 2,000 monster crystals. This thing is actually a bit like local gold. Every country has a lot of reserves, and the amount of foreign exchange on hand is not low. But when a large amount of gold is really needed, it is not easy to exchange. At least this exchange will consume at least more than 100 years of Yang family's connections and wealth reserves. At the same time, this is why Yang Zhengchu did not hide after the breakthrough. More than 2,000 monster crystals, this is not a small number. In addition to several large cities in the East region, only Yaok can take it out immediately. The people on the Yaok side are not fools. With such a large amount of goods in circulation, anyone with a little brain can guess what you are doing. Therefore, the Yang family completely gambled their entire career this time and flashed up to fight for that only chance. As for the final result, whether to successfully take over the base or flash into the dragon pit to give up, that depends on God's will. After returning to the inn where they stayed, Moning found Zhang Guchen and Tang Pin, and didn't care whether anyone from the Yang family was monitoring this place with divine thoughts. He directly connected to the base and started a remote video conference. There was no other way. Chinese in the Great Mo realm is inherently equivalent to a means of encryption, so there is no need to worry about leaks even if there are Yang family members monitoring. After a while, Lin Li's figure appeared on the screen, and the video was vaguely a little sandy. Professor Ma, can you hear me? I can hear you. Academician Lin, the command center has seen the signing process just now, right? In the video, Lin Li nodded slightly. Well, we have been following up synchronously. So there is no need to introduce the specific situation. Professor Ma, let me tell you directly about the arrangements of the command center. In 2 hours, a large transport force will set off from the camp. The ground transport module is the same as before, Still a transport vehicle plus a guard convoy. The way academician Tang and his team went there a few days ago, the ground module will still go there this time. Ma Ning glanced at Tang Pin and nodded. Tang Pin and his team arrived at Zikyong City 2 days ago, traveling by land. In fact, in the first Zikyong market, when Wu Fan disappeared, the rabbits delivered the relevant equipment to Zikyong City by land. However, due to confidentiality considerations, the entire convoy was relatively low-key, and the entire process was very streamlined. Now, with the development of various psychic weapons, especially the emergence of the most critical helium ferrous crystal array, the rabbits have become more confident. With confidence, the formation will naturally be a bit bigger. After all, we are not the kind of rats who hide their heads and show their feet. Then Lin Li paused, and said, in addition to the ground troops, our air transport module will also be on the scene this time. Well, Professor Ma, you'd better mention it to the Yang family. This time the air module may be a little unusual. There's a big guy. Ma Ning blinked and said in surprise, Academician Lin, what do you mean by a big guy? Could it be that the camp has developed controlled nuclear fusion, and the Gundam that was tinkered with during the power cut a few days ago has flown into the sky? Lin Li shook his head with a smile and pointed at him with his finger. What are you talking about? It's Fatty. Fatty is here. Ma Ning was stunned. Fatty? Lin Li nodded and replied, yes, there are still 5 planes, directly dropping supplies. Our airport had limited takeoff conditions before, and the assembly capacity of the military base was insufficient. So Fatty's parts have been shipped here for half a year, but they still haven't been put into actual combat. But now it's different. Our airport has been transformed from a temporary runway into a formal airport, and the assembly module has also been upgraded. Fatty officially completed the assembly a few days ago. I also want to tell you something. According to the normal plan, 8th Master is estimated to be almost there. Hearing Lin Li's last words, Tang Pin couldn't help but said, what? 8th Master is almost there. 8th Master is a belief among local fighters. Although he may seem a little backward in algebra, real military enthusiasts know how important 8th Master is in the local area. 8th Master is Shen Fei's masterpiece and is a double 2 indicator type. That is, the flight speed is 2 Mach, and the practical ceiling is 20,000 meters. In fact, it is a high-altitude and high-speed interceptor. Except for the unknown data of 20, 8th Master is still the fastest in local actual combat. The extreme speed of 2.5 Mach can already compete with ordinary non-sword cultivators of the nascent soul. Of course, fast speed does not necessarily mean you can hit people. But the same is true in reverse. Is it so easy for a nascent soul cultivator to hit 8th Master? The speed of 8th Master, combined with the crystal array missile mode that Tang Pin had originally envisioned, can basically be said to be the strongest single soldier combat power currently possessed by the rabbits. According to the simulation of the command center, there is an 80% chance that he can single out cultivators below the 3rd level of the nascent soul. Under the current circumstances, the appearance of Mr. Bai and Fatty is undoubtedly a huge help. Chapter 394, Nascent Soul Tribulation. 4 days later. It was still the same valley and the same open space. It was still the same group of people. However, this time, they did not come here to verify the effect of the defense formation. Instead, they were waiting for something, which was called airdrop. Shopkeeper Ma, how long will the airdrop you mentioned take to arrive? In the open space, Yang Wanke, the elder of the Yang family, looked at the end of the sky with some impatience, and his tone was obviously filled with impatience. If it was normal, it would be fine to wait, but now that Zhangchu is about to pass the tribulation, the whole Yang family is making final preparations, and every breath is extremely precious. Forgive me for being frank, but we don't have much time to wait here for some flying chicken. He and Ma Ning had almost no friendship, and Ma Ning was also immortal. Therefore, even if he was restrained in his heart, his words were more or less malicious. Ma Ning didn't care much about it. It was rare in the Great Mo realm for a giant and realm cultivator to talk to a mortal like this. He didn't attack her personally, so the attitude was almost the same. He just coughed and said, don't worry, Elder Yang, the transport plane should be here soon. Please wait patiently for a moment. Yang Wanke was about to continue talking when Yang Zhangchu interrupted him with a little surprise in his eyes. 6th brother, shut up, something is coming. As soon as he said this, the giant and realm masters present immediately straightened their expressions and released their divine thoughts. Seeing this, Ma Ning quickly turned his body slightly to the side. The recorder was aimed at everyone at a very subtle angle, recording everyone's micro-expressions completely. The divine thoughts of the Jindan realm are very wide, and the direction of the transport plane has been informed in advance, so there is no need for a wide-range scan. Therefore, everyone's divine thoughts can easily reach several kilometers away, or even farther. About half a minute later, Yang Wenbing, who has the highest cultivation level except Yang Zhangqiu, raised his eyebrows, obviously discovering something. Then came Yang Long, another elder of the Yang family who was at the 8th level of the Jindan realm. He usually stays in the dark and is also one of the foundations of the Yang family. The third person whose expression changed was Yang Wanli. Although Yang Wanli's reaction time was very short, in front of the recorder that could cut 1 second into hundreds of frames, Yang Wanli's every move was nowhere to hide. This Yang family patriarch, who was at the 1st level of the Jindan realm on the surface but actually started at the 4th level of the Jindan realm, once again refreshed the rabbit's cognition today. You should know that the practitioners present are all the backup of the Yang family, and their realms are far beyond the ordinary Jindan realm. In addition to Yang Long and Yang Wenbing, there are 2 elders at the 6th level of the Jindan realm and 1 at the 5th level of the Jindan realm. And Yang Wanli's reaction is better than the other 3. Obviously, there are 2 possibilities at the moment. One is that Yang Wanli's pineal gland is abnormally developed, and his spiritual thoughts are far beyond ordinary practitioners, and he belongs to a special physique. The second is that Yang Wanli's realm is far more than the 4th level of the initial Jindan realm. If this is true, it would be very interesting. You thought I was at the 1st level of the Jindan realm, but after revealing the mystery, I was at the 4th level of the Jindan realm, but in fact my realm is even higher. The degree of vulgarity of this nesting doll can be compared with some protagonists of Guwen. In addition, the more important thing is how did he do it? You know. Even if it was Mo Xiaonan, the 3rd ancestor of the Mo family, or Mo Pidong after taking over the body, his apparent realm at the age of 89 was only the 5th level of the Jindan realm. As for Mo Pidong's real realm, let's not compare it. The situation of using obviously abnormal means and having severe sequelae is not suitable for comparison. Yang Wanli is only in his 70s now, and the 4th level of the Jindan realm is already very outrageous. If his realm is even higher, it is known that Mo Xiaonan is a top-notch mutated golden earth dual spiritual root, so what kind of qualifications does Yang Wanli have? Single spiritual root? Or a mutated single spiritual root? In other words, the Yang family may have a second single spiritual root? But if you think about it carefully, this is actually normal. After all, it is a large family that has been passed down for more than 1,400 years, and some tricks can be understood. Again, although they look a little silly in front of the rabbits, this is the result of different worldviews. In all the trades with the rabbits, the Yang family has made huge profits. It's just that the rabbits made a little more than them. A minute later, several noisy roars were heard. After a while, 5 huge transport planes flew low. Seeing this scene, not to mention the valley, even the nearby Zhejiang city was surprised. Fatty. Fatty. This fat is not just a word, but really fat. The length of the fatty is 47 meters, the wingspan is 45 meters, and the height is 15 meters. Although it is much smaller than the flying boat of Zhejiang city, don't forget it. This time, the rabbits brought 5 fatty, and the speed of the fatty is 800 kilometers per hour, which is much faster than the flying boat. Therefore, when the 5 fatty flew low, the shock was no less than that of the flying boat. By the way, the round-trip combat radius of the fatty is 4,400 kilometers, and the single flight can easily exceed 8,000 kilometers. The distance from Zhejiang city to Chixin city is only more than 1,000 kilometers, and the round trip is only about 2,300 kilometers. Therefore, the whole flight process was not stressful for Fatty. The pilot who performed this airdrop mission was Zhou Pingnan, the pilot of the WZ-10 who discovered Huazia Amo. When he flew Fatty over the valley, Manying's location was also displayed on the screen. Zhou Pingnan saw this and pressed the throw button very steadily. Click. A moment later, the skirt at the tail of Fatty opened, and 7 or 8 large containers were airdropped. Unlike the 3.45-meter cargo hold of the Il-76, Fatty's cargo hold is 4 meters wide, and the top wing box makes the central wing higher than the fuselage, so that it can carry and airdrop some large items. This is also the reason why Fatty has a very high strategic value in the Great Mo realm, Although many transport planes have a large load capacity, the cargo they carry actually needs to land before it can be transported out. But there are not so many suitable landing sites in the Great Mo realm. Ordinary transport planes cannot land on gravel and grass. The simple takeoff and landing seen in the news is actually a relative statement. For example, the famous N-22 and C-5. Their apparent load weight is tens of tons or even hundreds of tons, but the part that can be used for airdrop is quite limited. Therefore, the strategic significance of transport aircraft with a large airdrop diameter, like the Fat Girl in the Great Mo realm, is extraordinary. If there is a really extreme accident, several Fat Girls can even directly carry the 99A tank battalion to fly 10,000 kilometers to support the battle. At most, they will be prepared to be scrapped and the pilots will parachute to escape. Therefore, considering some very special circumstances, the rabbits can be said to have a battalion combat radius of 10,000 kilometers. Of course, there is almost nothing that will make the rabbits spend such a bloody money. The debate between C-17 and Fat Girl in the local area has almost never stopped, but when it comes to the Great Mo realm, Fat Girl is undoubtedly more valuable. For example, in this airdrop, Fat Girl carried the transportation task of some computing modules of the Tehulite supercomputer. In addition, there are some large capacitor equipment that can be assembled. These equipment are all those that are time-consuming to assemble. If they are thrown by Air Force in advance, they can be assembled while the land vehicle is driving. In this way, a lot of time can be saved. The first batch of containers were all equipped with parachutes and slowly slid down from the sky. When they were about 200 or 300 meters away from the ground, several Yang family practitioners worked together to guide them to the ground smoothly. Then the second Fat Girl flew over and a new batch of supplies fell. This was repeated 5 times. After 3/4 of an hour, all the supplies landed safely on the ground. At the same time, the 5 Fat Girls that completed the mission suddenly rose in height and disappeared after flying to an altitude of 10,000 meters. On the ground, several Yang family practitioners looked at each other, and they all saw complexity and shock in each other's eyes. Even Yang Zhengqiu, who was half a step into the nascent soul, vaguely felt a lot of pressure at this time. The flight altitude of more than 13,000 meters is not a particularly easy height to reach, even for a nascent soul cultivator. Of course, if you insist on flying, there is no problem, but the consumption in all aspects may be relatively large. This is the case for the nascent soul, let alone the magic weapon. For example, the flying boats of the Yang family can only fly at a maximum altitude of about 5,000 meters, and most of the time they are about 3,000 meters. Although the actions of the Teosu Chamber of Commerce are obviously showing off their muscles, and perhaps the cost of doing so is also very high. But if you want to show off your muscles, you must first have them. Whether it is showing affection or showing off your muscles. Many behaviors seem to be very pretentious, but first you must have the confidence to pretend. It's like you asked a single dog to show off his affection, but it turned out that he didn't have a girlfriend to show off. The single dog is you? Oh, that's okay. Ahem. Anyway, that's the truth. The foundation of the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce is obviously higher than the Yang family had expected. The site returned to the original place. After receiving a bunch of airdrop containers, Zheng Gucheng and other professionals quickly began to assemble. 3 Huaxia days later, the Lulu team arrived with the remaining supplies, and the equipment assembled in advance was debugged almost at the same time. Then there were 2 more days of assembly and debugging. When the sun rose again in the Great Mo realm, everything was ready. The heavenly calamity is coming. Note, well, many people are asking, so I'll give you a spoiler. Wu Fam should be appearing soon, within 300 chapters. Haha. By the way, is there any good song you can recommend, something exciting? I like to listen to music while I'm typing, but I'm a little tired of it lately. Chapter 395, Nascent Soul Tribulation. 2 days later. On an open flat ground more than 30 miles away from Zhejiang City. At this moment, Yang Zhengqiu was dressed in white, with silver hair fluttering. Holding his own flying sword in his arms, he stood proudly in the wind. There was quite a certain charm that was hard to explain. However, what was somewhat inconsistent with this painting of a peerless swordsman was the series of modern equipment not far from Yang Zhengqiu. The most conspicuous of them was the computing body of the Tehulite supercomputer. Hundreds of gray cabinets as tall as a person formed a huge base array. Each cabinet was embedded with 2 eye-catching blue and green stripes, one thick and one thin. At this time, hundreds of stripes flickered with the same pattern, as if they were breathing. And along with this flickering pattern, there were low sounds of water flowing. This was the liquid cooling system cooling the supercomputer. On the left side of the cabinet array, there were special capacitors stored to provide power for the supercomputer. Perhaps some people would be surprised. That's not right. Can capacitors only output current instantly? Why can it power supercomputers? This is actually a very interesting question. The impression that capacitors output current instantly is actually a misunderstanding caused by examples in middle school textbooks. In fact, current is never output instantly. The output process of current depends on the resistance in the loop and the voltage applied to the resistance. The example given in the middle school textbook is to connect the positive and negative poles of the capacitor directly with a wire, without using any electrical components. The resistance of the wire is extremely small, and the capacitor completes the discharge process in a very short time. This so-called short time is so short that it is beyond the range of human perception, and it is understood as instantaneous discharge. It is almost the same as have you come in, I'm done. If the resistance is no longer extremely small, the discharge time is no longer very short, and this process can be perceived by people. Naturally, it will not be considered as instantaneous discharge. Special capacitors are such a case. Here is another interesting thing. There is a rumor in the capacitor industry, if you go to Taobao to search for supercapacitors, then the store will teach you how to make an electromagnetic gun, fog, step by step. Therefore, it is not a very strange thing to use special capacitors to power supercomputers. Next to the special container is the core of the entire thunder turbulation process. The huge high-pressure container that stores the monster crystal NMC-290 is responsible for providing energy for the helium-ferrous crystal array. Considering that some students still don't know much about helium-ferrous microcrystals, here is another explanation. Helium-ferrous microcrystals are standard tiny six-sided crystals with a diameter much smaller than that of oxygen molecules, but that doesn't mean they are gas. An oxygen molecule is composed of two oxygen atoms, with an atomic radius of 0.074 nanometers and a molecular diameter of 0.296 nanometers. Therefore, there are many solid particles that are smaller than oxygen molecules and cannot be touched. This is junior high school chemistry knowledge. When a large number of helium-ferrous microcrystals form a crystal array, they will form a hard and transparent crystal array. When there is an external force impact, countless tiny helium-ferrous microcrystals will block the impact. At the same time, a chain reaction of dimerized helium occurs, decomposing it into helium ions and ferrous ions again. At this time, the energy of the monster crystal, in the Mo family's secret room, it is suspected to be vacuum zero-point energy, is injected to generate helium-ferrous microcrystals again. Therefore, they are particles, not gas. If you really can't understand it, just imagine the helium-ferrous crystal array as tempered glass. Next to several huge high-pressure containers, there are several ion channel instruments and condensed microorganism containment equipment. When the thunder turbulation falls, the useless part of the lightning will be blocked by the helium-ferrous crystal array, and the effect is similar to some other turbulation formations, but the effect will be more lasting. The thunder turbulation with the smallest power calculated by the supercomputer will be put in and led by the ion channel instrument to the energy storage container of the condensed microorganism. Finally, it will fall on Yang's Hangchu in a way of reducing the electric potential energy, completing the turbulation. At the same time, in order to ensure that there are no mistakes in this turbulation plan, the command center has sent 4 top physics and chemistry academicians, all of whom are top masters in related fields. Counting Zhang Guchen and Tang Pin, there are currently 6 top-level academicians present. In a sense, this can be regarded as a group of academicians. You may not see so many big guys in general national projects. The person in charge of the Tehu Light supercomputing module operation is Jin Cheohei, director of the National Supercomputing Wuxi Center Floating Point think tank. At this time, he was holding a report and said to Zhang Guchen, "Academician Zhang, the mapping of chiral symmetry has been revealed, and the isovist of the homology invariant is about 1.488. Zhang Guchen took the report and glanced at it. He sighed softly and asked, "Director Jin, is there no way to reduce it to less than 1.4? Jin Cheohei showed a bitter smile on his face and shook his head. "It's impossible. Even if the vertices of Fuyuan Radiation Island and Bayan country are added together, it can only be reduced to less than 1.45 at most. What if we consider the Cantor set? It's still impossible. Even if the equivalence relation is further relaxed, what we get is still the derivative category of topological space. This is a technical hardware barrier and has nothing to do with algorithms or manpower. Zheng Guchen pursed his lips when he saw this, glanced at Yang Zhengchu who was still posing not far away, and finally made up his mind and said, in that case, let's use 1.488. Xiaozhou, go and tell the Yang family that you will start preparing to overcome the tribulation in 10 minutes. Other departments should pay attention to entering the final preparation stage. As soon as he finished speaking, a neat and powerful reply suddenly sounded around him. The floating point modeling team received it, the preface group understands, the lookout center ensures that the task is completed. In less than half a minute, the atmosphere on the scene became solemn, even with a little depressing. In the huge open space, only the sound of the keyboard and the sound of the machine starting. Buzzing, the vibration of the supercomputer became louder and louder, and even the ground was vaguely trembling. 3 minutes later. Report. The enablement rate of Shinhua E26010 multi-core processor has reached its peak, and the overall efficiency is 72.88%. Report. The 264-bit vector instruction set is operating normally, and the peak efficiency of HPCG is 0.28%. The atmospheric simulation framework has been opened, with an accuracy of 3 kilometers. A team is ready, wait for the next instructions. At the same time, Ma Ning, who had already pushed several kilometers away, saw this and shot a signal gun into the sky like the starting commander of a running competition. Whoosh, the flare exploded in the air, and a pink flower blossomed. The next second, Yang Zhengchu's breath was agitated, and the flying sword was seen flying in the air. A certain seal in the sea of Qi that had been restrained and tightened for a long time was instantly broken by a powerful spiritual energy. Boom, in an instant. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and dark clouds pressed down on the city. Note, well, I don't know if you still remember the event of adding more words. 2,000 monthly votes can add 20,000 more words. Now there are only 110 votes left. There is no double monthly vote this month, so vote. I will take a lunch break at noon, and try to finish coding this paragraph tonight. Did I collect some snacks from everyone in the previous paragraph? All arrived today, and I will test them. Fisherman's treasure, the taste is okay, but it is not as cold as I imagined. I guess it has no effect and refreshing, but I should repurchase it. Milk skin mooncake, delicious, but too expensive. One costs 8 yuan, and it is very filling, not suitable as a snack. A pack of 4 has to be eaten at once. Milk ball, the milk flavor is okay, but a little soft. There is a raisin inside. I probably won't buy it again. Dad's tofu, good. The gravy flavor is really good. I will buy it again. Fat pork jerky, not very accustomed to it. I probably won't buy it again. Does anyone have any other delicious ones? Some niche ones. I'll buy more to try. Chapter 396, Nascent Soul Tribulation. The clouds appeared very quickly and covered a wide area. In less than a moment, the sky within a radius of tens of kilometers was covered with dark clouds. This drastic change in the sky looked like the sky was falling. Almost a moment it appeared, it attracted the attention of the civilians in Zhejiang City. Mom, stop grinding flour. It's going to rain. Hurry up and put away the clothes, please close the stall. Make way, Brother Chu, this sky phenomenon seems a little unusual. If the Yang family wants to use clouds and rain, they should have announced it in advance in the city. Brother Yunlong, don't change the subject. Is it time to return my 1,000 new first-level talismans to their original owners? Compared with ordinary people and low-level practitioners, the reaction of the city's wealthy families was much more intense. That's right, wealthy families. Just like there are other families in Chixin City, there are naturally some local wealthy families in Zhejiang City. These noble families are far behind the Yang family in terms of top practitioners, but they also have a certain degree of powerful combat power. At this moment, in Zhejiang City, the Liu Mansion, which ranks second in the city. In a secluded bamboo forest somewhere in the mansion, an old man with a celestial appearance and a Taoist charm was stirring all over his body, looking at the sky with a look of horror. Nascent soul. Tribulation cloud. In another place, at Zhao's house. The two middle-aged men who were originally playing chess also looked up at the sky together, and the chess pieces in their hands fell to the ground without any awareness. After a long time, the two turned to a certain direction in the city at the same time, and almost said in unison, "The Yang family." has a half-stepped nascent soul. In fact, it was not only Zhejiang City that was disturbed. The light of the tribulation cloud covers a distance of tens of kilometers, not to mention that it will also induce some special fluctuations when it appears. The range of this fluctuation is many times wider than the area covered by the tribulation cloud, and it lasts for a long time. It is like ringing a bell in a mountain temple. Generally speaking, it is difficult for ordinary people to see the specific situation with their naked eyes after leaving the location of the bell ringer by 100 meters. But the sound of the bell could spread throughout the forest. At this moment, in Anhui City, Shuangsu City, and several special hidden places in the south region, almost at the same time, there were cultivators above the 8th level of the Jiandin realm who raised their heads, and there were even some at the 9th level of the Jiandin realm, Zhejiang City, Yuanying Tribulation Cloud. Yang Wenbing? Impossible, his Taoism foundation was damaged in his early years, and he cannot enter the 9th level of the Jiandin realm. Since it is not him, then it must be a genius who faked his death? Could it be Yang Hangchu? In less than a moment, someone guessed Yang Hangchu's identity. After all, although the Yang family has had many geniuses for hundreds of years, only a few of them really have the opportunity to impact the Yuanying realm. Under the premise of established facts, it is not difficult to reverse the deduction. The sight returned to the open space. Although Yang Hangchu did not know how many people had guessed his identity at this time, he was very clear about one thing. That is, the matter of crossing the tribulation itself must not be concealed. The tribulation clouds in the sky continued to accumulate, as if they were making the final accumulation of power before the attack. Yang Hangchu stared at the rolling calamity clouds, waiting for the first thunderbolt to fall. At the same time, in the crossing the calamity operation department several kilometers away, an old man with a Mediterranean hairstyle suddenly stood up. This man is called Guo Zhenyu, the current director of the Institute of Atmospheric Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He studied under Mr. Yu Dezheng and is also a famous academician. Guo Zhenyu held a report in his hand and said to Zheng Gucheng in Chinese, "Old Zheng, the analysis results of the calamity clouds are out." Zheng Gucheng was shocked and walked over quickly. "Academician Guo, what are the results?" "The number of terms in the Mie series spherical scattering field is increasing, and it has directional radiation." A short line of words made Zheng Gucheng's pupils shrink suddenly. Mie, also known as mirror. There is a professional academic term in physics called mirror scattering. Mirror scattering is more complicated to explain, but the examples in reality are very vivid. It can explain why dark clouds appear gray or black, as well as the color of sunset glow. In fact, strictly speaking, the color of clouds is determined by both mirror scattering and Rayleigh scattering. Rayleigh scattering is mainly the effect of atmospheric gases on sunlight, while mirror scattering is a key step in color formation. At sunrise and sunset, the atmosphere through which oblique sunlight passes is the thickest. Rayleigh scattering will scatter all short-wave photons. Therefore, only some redder photons are left in the sunlight. Then, through the mirror scattering of white clouds, what finally reaches your eyes is the beautiful sunset glow. As we all know, the first term of the mirror series is related to dipole, and the second term of the mirror series is related to quadrupole, and they interfere with each other. The dipole mode resonance is broadband, and the quadrupole is narrowband. The two interfere to form a phano-resonance with directional radiation. It doesn't matter if you don't understand the above paragraph. You just need to know one thing: if you want to increase the number of terms in the mirror series, you must have a uniform dielectric sphere. That's right, a dielectric sphere. Zheng Gucheng thought for a moment and said, "Academician Guo, could it be that Yang Hangchu himself has assumed the effect of a medium ball? Perhaps his key C." Guo Zhenyu hesitated for a few seconds and said uncertainly, "It seems possible in theory, but the specific situation needs to be further observed. After all, the information we have is still limited." "Old Zheng, I have a hunch that we may discover some big secrets this time." Zheng Gucheng nodded and was about to say something else. At this moment, the robbery cloud began to change. At this time, the robbery cloud reached the highest point of aggregation concentration since its appearance. It was like a boxer who had accumulated a lot of strength. When the momentum reached the highest point, it suddenly punched. Boom! In an instant, dozens of huge lightning bolts fell from the sky. As the rabbits knew before, the specific number of lightning bolts was exactly 99 and 81. And 0.003766 seconds before the lightning fell, The Tehu light had judged the energy level and landing point of the 81 lightning bolts. Bang! Of the 81 lightning bolts, 72 of them fell heavily on the helium-ferrous crystal array. In an instant, no less than 2 trillion helium-ferrous microcrystals collapsed, and the chain reaction of dimerized helium occurred instantly. The entire impact process compressed the thickness of the crystal array by 35 micrometers, and then a super high-pressure energy poured in directly. Under this special energy, a large number of helium-ferrous microcrystals were generated again, filling the original gap. The remaining 9 lightning bolts passed through the barrier zone smoothly and were connected to the energy storage container of the condensed microorganisms by the ion channel instrument. Under the control of a series of equipment, these violet lightning bolts became like the sand that Man Ying used for demonstration. Gently flowed out of the funnel. Zizzy, a tiny current flowed out from the ion channel outlet and fell on Yang Zhengchu's body. This current contains very little potential energy, so the impact brought by contact is not particularly obvious. But Yang Zhengchu's breathing suddenly became a little faster, because he could clearly feel that his body was strengthened to a limited extent. Note, only a dozen chapters of monthly tickets are left to add 20,000 words. Don't you want to add some? I didn't fall asleep in the afternoon, so I probably won't be able to code all night tonight. I will definitely do it next time. Chapter 397, Nascent Soul Tribulation. On the open ground. After the lightning entered Yang Zhengchu's body, it only ran about half the distance of the little finger at the shoulder. Then it ran out of energy and disappeared completely. But Yang Zhengchu could clearly feel it. The lightning contained a little bodybuilding material needed to break through the nascent soul, and it obviously acted on that narrow area. Now a small part behind Yang Zhengchu's left shoulder has the body functions that only the nascent soul has. In other words, part of the plan of Teo's Chamber of Commerce is indeed feasible. Then Yang Zhengchu looked at the transparent helium-ferrous microcrystal array above his head, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Although the effect of this defense array has been tested by various means before. But most of the time, the other elders in the Jinden realm were responsible for the experiment. Even if there are other means to assist continuously, strictly speaking, there is still a big difference from the thunder tribulation. The array that can withstand their attacks may not be able to withstand the thunder tribulation for a long time. In Yang Zhengchu's opinion, although the defensive effect of this formation is much higher than the formation he prepared before, it is unlikely to last until the end. It may last half of the time, or only 1/3 of the time, and in the end the formation will be shattered by the thunder tribulation. This is a very normal mentality. It is a problem to trust the rabbits without reservation. Therefore, Yang Zhengchu also prepared some backup plans, intending to fight to the death after the formation is broken. However, once this happens, the hope of successfully overcoming the tribulation is almost zero. To be honest, now Yang Zhengchu still has little confidence in the defensive formation, that is, he still believes that the formation will not last until the end. But what excited him was that the so-called reducing electric potential energy plan of Teo's Chamber of Commerce was feasible. If he could complete the promotion of part of the body before the formation failed, then with the strange item left by the Yang family's Yuanying ancestor, Yang Zhengchu is at least 50% sure to survive the heavenly tribulation directly. Boom! While thinking, another tiny lightning appeared. This time the lightning did not hit the shoulder, but the ear. After a tingling sensation that was enough to kill an ordinary person, but was like tickling for a half-step Yuanying, about 1/8 of Yang Zhengchu's left ear auricle was forged. Looking at the thunderstorm above his head that seemed like the end of the world, and then looking at his body that was now intact, Yang Zhengchu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The sage Maxwell is so terrifying. At the same time, outside the tribulation area, Zhenguchen and others were also talking in high spirits. Zhenguchen glanced at the data on the helium-ferrous crystal array on the operating table and clapped his hands vigorously. It's no wonder that it's something that our own people have tinkered with. After a round of thunder tribulation, the peak retraction depth is only 47 microns. It's really tough. Tang Pin glanced at him, and the corners of his mouth raised a little arc. Obviously, he was very confident in the defensive crystal array developed by his team. That's right, don't you look at who made it? I tell you, I'm not bragging. There are no more than 8 teams in the world that can achieve instantaneous energy transmission under the condition of 160,000 atmospheres of pressure. No, at most 6. Zhenguchen smiled and pointed at Tang Pin a few times. He and Tang Pin have a good relationship. They once stood on the podium of the Science and Technology Progress Award together. You fat Tang, you are out of breath when I say you are fat. If you have the ability, you can tinker with a weapon that can kill Yuan Ying alone, Zheng Gucheng said while glancing at Yang Wenbing and others not far away. At this moment, the expressions of the Yang family were very complicated. There was excitement, shock, worry, and joy. In short, compared to the beginning, they were all very different. As a result, their attitude towards the rabbits had also changed visibly. At least the elders who had originally surrounded the operating table had now moved apart, giving them more freedom. Zheng Gucheng then looked at Guo Zhenyu and asked, "Old Guo, how is your analysis going?" Guo Zhenyu shook his head and replied, "Everything is normal, there is no new progress. After all, we didn't bring much scientific research equipment this time, and our real-time analysis capabilities are insufficient. We can only rely on condensed microorganisms to intercept some of the thunder tribulation and bring it back to the camp for further study." Zheng Gucheng nodded gently. He just mentioned it casually, and Guo Zhenyu's reply was within his expectations. Then he thought of something, raised his eyelids and looked at Yang Zhengchu who was going through the tribulation. "Old Guo, if we intercept some of the bodybuilding materials, will it cause Yang Zhengchu's nascent soul realm to be unstable, such as the forging ratio not reaching 100%? Although the scientific research task is very important. But if it will lead to some irreversible consequences, then we still can't do this kind of thing. This is our bottom line." Zheng Gucheng's question is actually what the command is worried about. Facing a new world, some things can be flexible. For example, when you first arrived in Zhejiang City, you used the ground vein fire to cheat unscrupulous merchants, and you kept a backup plan on the communication equipment. In the final analysis, these are all for self-protection, and they did not hurt people who should not be hurt. For example, the communication equipment has a backup plan because the existing information channels are limited, and you can only use the information channels of Zhejiang City to understand the major events in the South region. If the rabbit's satellites go up in the future, this backup plan will naturally be closed. At most, it will be sealed and never decrypted. This is different from collecting information to cheat people and plot against their property, because the rabbits never thought of occupying Zhejiang City. In fact, there are many similar situations in the local area. For example, in Tanzania, the $900 million foreign exchange project plus some other political benefits were like a sweet rain in the desert for the rabbits. In the end, the foreign exchange brought by this project brought the rabbits more than 10,000 times the development benefits. Yes, 10,000 times, not exaggerated at all. But at the same time, some things cannot be done no matter what. For example, this tribulation. Yang Zhengchu's tribulation is a big plan laid out by several generations of Zhejiang City, which is related to the safety and stability of millions of people in the entire Zhejiang City. In a sense, it will even affect the pattern of the southern region. Not to mention that the Yang family paid a lot of monster crystals to the rabbits for this tribulation. In this case, if Yang Zhengchu's body training is not complete because of the interception of the thunder tribulation, and he cannot really be promoted to the nascent soul, then it is undoubtedly a very unethical practice. Whether in the local area or the Great Mo realm, there are many examples of rabbits making a little bit of money, but there has never been a time when the profit was made by the loss of the trading partner. This kind of thing is called morality in a higher sense, and it is called the overall situation in a more realistic sense. His sight returned to the original place. Facing Zheng Gucheng's question, Guo Zhenyu shook his head and replied, "Definitely not. I just tried it and dispersed a very small part of the thunder tribulation energy into the air through the ion channel. As a result, not long after, another ultra-micro lightning was contained, making up for this part of the missing energy. At the same time, the location of this lightning is exactly the same as the lightning that was contained in the first round. It is obviously a patch." Hearing this, the eyes of several academicians present almost lit up at the same time, and their breathing was slightly short. Ahem, Zheng Gucheng coughed lightly and asked Tang Pin, "Academician Tang, how much energy of thunder and lightning can our equipment store? Let me see." Tang Pin immediately walked to the operating table and retrieved some data. Academician Zheng, according to the simulation of the model, about 0.065% of Yang Zhengchu's body has been successfully transformed by the bodybuilding material. The thunder and lightning energy storage in the condensed microbial container is about 200 times this value, with a load ratio of 3.6%, and the maximum safe load set for the container is 90%. In other words, when the safe load is reached and the perfection of Yang Zhangchu's promotion is not affected, the amount of bodybuilding particles, or the amount of nascent soul thunder and lightning that we can store is 330%. Note, if I say that there seems to be a double monthly ticket for the last 3 days of the month, will you hit me? The editor just told me TT. Chapter 398, Nascent Soul Tribulation. Professor Ma, there is something I may need you to do. Ma Ning was enjoying a bowl of instant snail noodles at this time. Seeing Zhang Guchen, who was vaguely excited, his expression suddenly became serious. Academician Zhang, what's the matter? Is there something wrong in the tribulation process that requires negotiation? Zhang Guchen waved at him, indicating not to worry too much. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. I just want to trouble you to tell the Yang family that this tribulation may take a little longer than we expected. Especially after 2 or 3 rounds, the time may be much longer. Ma Ning breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the non-existent sweat from his head. Oh, I thought it was something else. No problem, leave it to me. How long may it be extended? 1/3 or half, about 3 times, Ma Ning. He picked his ears in a very funny way and repeated, how long did you say, in the rabbit's original plan? Yang Zhangchu's tribulation this time may last half a damo day, which is about 3.5 Chinese days. If Zhang Guchen said that it can be extended 3 times, then Yang Zhangchu's tribulation will take at least 2 damo days, which is exactly 2 weeks in China. Therefore, Ma Ning was a little suspicious. Did he not drink wolfberry tea for too long, causing his hearing to deteriorate? Zhang Guchen's expression was somewhat embarrassed at this moment, but he still explained, it's not that there are some temporary changes. This is almost the case. Besides, although 2 damo days are not short, there are similar precedents in the damo world. You can say that it is a special situation. As long as the final result can be successful, the Yang family must understand that the process is longer. Ma Ning listened to Zhang Guchen's explanation, and his eyelids kept twitching. Good guy. This is to get the will of the heavenly tribulation. That's right, get the will of the heavenly tribulation. Zhang Guchen and his team's plan is very simple. Since the heavenly tribulation will constantly replenish the bodybuilding substances, then we can use the energy storage characteristics of condensed microorganisms to fill it with all the heavenly tribulation that can be stored. For example, for every 3 units of volume we fill, we will put 1 unit for Yang Zhangchu. Whether these stored thunder tribulations can be used or studied is another matter. At least the initial preparations must be fully completed. There is no way. The rabbits are all patients with advanced cancer of storage addiction. When others are passing the heavenly tribulation, they still want to get the wool. How can this kind of operation be described? This is like a local author who loves to throw papers in online novels. Whenever this happens, readers will use 4 words to complain about him, you are worthy of it. For the same reason, these 4 words are not out of place when used on the rabbits. However, as Zhang Guchen said, there are similar precedents in the history of the Great Mo realm. For example, in the East region more than 600 years ago, there was a cultivator named Tyrant Blade Song Yi who passed the tribulation. It took him a full half of the Great Mo days to succeed. Therefore, if you really want to explain, it is not impossible to find a reason to fool around. In addition, the link of fleecing the heavenly robbery is of great importance. Therefore, Ma Ning had to rub his temples and find Yang Wenli to negotiate. At the same time that Ma Ning was negotiating, on a flat ground not far from the crowd, several scientific researchers who didn't have girlfriends at first glance were working together to move a device to the landing gear. The device was dark gray all over, with a standard 4-cornered appearance, and looked a bit like a drone. However, its wingspan is much wider than that of a drone, more than 2 meters, and a cluster-like probe is installed on the front. This is a pulse potential energy detection device, which has a certain ability to resist wind and interference, and is a preset technology for the Mars exploration program. There are a total of 8 pulse potential energy detectors carrying out this mission, and their mission is only one, to collect relevant information about the robbery cloud. Of course, the operations department didn't expect it to last long. As long as it can run normally for a few seconds, it will be considered a complete success. This is the case in the microscopic field. Even if it is only 0.001 seconds, you can intercept a lot of information. The person in charge of this launch mission is also a well-known academician named Wang Pudongle. Don't get me wrong, his surname is not Wang Pu, but Wang, and his name is Pudongle. There is a similar example in reality, also an academician. Very interesting. Wang Pudonglei works at the Liaodong Institute of High Energy Physics, and is considered a physics authority in the Northeast region. Like Li Baiyan, who is in charge of the Qingchang Mountain project, they were all experts who originally had important tasks. This time, in order to accurately analyze and measure the relevant properties of the thunder tribulation, Wang Pudonglei was urgently requisitioned to the Damo realm. After the 8 pulse potential energy detectors were placed in place, Wang Pudonglei and his assistant made a final inspection, and then waved his hand. Launch. Click. As the launch button was pressed, the baffle of the simple landing gear slowly opened. Buzz buzz buzz. 8 devices made a low and dense startup sound, and then slowly lifted off. Considering that there may be some uncontrollable accidents in the launch of the thruster, this time the command center chose the self-launching operation mode. These detectors do not need to undertake the return mission, so some parts and energy sources have been adjusted to a structure more suitable for launch. That is, there is no need to consider work damage. Those who know the rabbits know that once something does not need to consider reuse and energy consumption, but only requires extreme power, the rabbits can completely transform a Wuling Hongguang into Unit 01 for you. This is the case with these detectors. Under the guidance of a certain energy drive, these detectors show a sensitivity that is completely different from their appearance. In less than a moment, the 8 devices flew to an altitude of 5,000 meters. However, just as they were about to continue to rise, bang, with a flash of fire, one of the devices suddenly exploded inexplicably, and no information was recorded. Wang Pudonglei's face remained unchanged, and he continued to look at the operating table. At an altitude of 6,700 meters, the second device exploded. At an altitude of 8,300 meters, the third device exploded. When the altitude reached 11,000 meters, less than 1,000 meters from the cloud layer, there were only 3 devices left in the sky. Buzz buzz buzz, the device without any emotion or consciousness continued to rise into the air, not afraid of the danger ahead. 800 meters. 500 meters. 300 meters. When it was less than 100 meters away from the robbery cloud, another small device popped out from a certain area of the 3 detectors at the same time. They are called space electric field instruments. As the name suggests, electric field detectors are used to detect and collect electric field information. They are also the key payload for satellites to conduct high-precision electric field detection. This time, the rabbits used the newest electric field instrument from Jinling Information Engineering College, which is a type of field mill electric field instrument. There are many similar devices abroad, such as AMIA 340, CS 110, etc. However, the latter are generally used more in space-ground electric fields. The 3 modified space electric field instruments were ejected at a high speed, and they formed a very short information progression structure with a pulse potential energy detector and the ground operation console behind them. In less than 4 seconds, the space electric field instrument and the pulse potential energy detector flew forward together. Finally, they were deeply embedded in the cloud, and then annihilated in trash by a super high energy level. But before they disappeared, several data were transmitted back to the ground. On the ground, Wang Pudonglei stared at the operating table with his pupils shrinking. How is this possible? The electric potential outside the robbery cloud conforms to the Laplace equation. The electric potential is continuous outside the robbery cloud, and the normal component is also continuous. I know everyone is waiting for the explosion. Give me 2 more days to adjust my biological clock. I have to stay up all night to update the text, and now my biological clock is delayed by 2 hours every day. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be done on the 14th. I am not young anymore. It is troublesome to adjust my biological clock. Please understand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 The most amazing discoveries since arriving at Damo Realm. The electric potential outside the robbery cloud conforms to the Laplace equation. The electric potential is continuous outside the robbery cloud, and the normal component is also continuous. Zheng Gucheng and others had not reacted to Wang Pudong's words. Lu Chaoyuan, who was more than 1,000 kilometers away and followed the situation on the scene in real time, couldn't help it. With a puff, he spit out most of the tea he had just drunk. And beside Lu Chaoyuan, Although the reactions of the other physics experts were not as exaggerated as his, they were not much lighter. After about 10 seconds, several academicians at the robbery scene also widened their eyes, shocked. This word is the consistent inner portrayal of all physics experts in the camp and at the robbery scene at this moment. As we all know, in a conductor, the charge will gather on the surface in the electric field. The charge in the medium cannot move freely, and will be polarized under the action of the electric field. In the model, it can be regarded as having polarized body charge inside and polarized surface charge on the surface. Therefore, at the interface between the conductor and the medium, there are both free charge and polarized charge. If there is no conductor, there will be no free charge at the interface. Without a medium, there is no polarized charge. Therefore, at the interface between two media, the normal component of the electric displacement is continuous. In other words, G-ion is a kind of interface between two media. If this conclusion is discovered alone, it is actually no big deal. But the key is that it has a prerequisite: the electric potential is continuous on the outside and conforms to the Laplace equation. The Laplace equation is a diffusion equation, which is simply used to describe the divergence field. Its physical meaning is actually very complicated, and it is not necessary for students who are not familiar with it to understand it. Everyone only needs to know one thing: the data obtained by Huangpu Donglei is the general solution of Greek letter phi, r, equals a plus br in the Xinhuo camp. Looking at Shi Zhehan, who looked confused, and Lin Li, who looked half bewildered, Lu Chaoyong sighed softly. This general solution is a second-type solution of a coordinate system, which means that the calamity cloud detected by academician Huangpu is actually a uniform dielectric body. Dielectric body. Hearing this word, Li Yan on the side suddenly thought of something, and Lin Li's second disciple couldn't help but speak out. "Professor Lu, are you talking about the previous Mill series?" Lu Chaoyong cast an approving look at her, just like an online writer is happy to see a reader who voted for a monthly ticket. "Yes, academician Guo Zhenyu made a discovery not long ago. That is, when the calamity cloud first gathered, the number of terms in the Mill series sphere scattering field increased, and it had directional radiation. In order to increase the number of terms in the Mill series, a uniform dielectric sphere must be present. So academician Zhang put forward a view at that time. At that time, I thought that the dielectric sphere might be Yang Zhengchu himself, or simply his sea of qi." At the calamity scene, Zheng Guchen sighed and said to Ma Ning, who had returned from the negotiation, "But now I realize that I was totally wrong. The real dielectric ball is actually the thunder cloud that releases the thunder above our heads. It was mentioned a long time ago. Modern science does not have a deep understanding of lightning, but at least one thing is certain: lightning, or the thunder cloud that contains lightning, can never be a uniform dielectric ball. Therefore, it is obvious that there must be something wrong with the formation of the thunder cloud." While everyone was talking about it, Lin Ziming, who went to collect the wreckage of the pulse potential detector, happened to come back. In the previous launch process, a total of 3 devices survived to the end. The other 5 detectors were destroyed by the thunder before they came into contact with the thunder cloud. It was mentioned before. The original positioning of these detectors was to perform Mars exploration missions, and after the subsequent magic modification by the rabbits, the material strength is actually not low, although most of their areas have been completely destroyed by the thunder. But after all, they were just struck by lightning, not like the 3 devices behind that came into contact with the thunder cloud and were completely swallowed up and annihilated. Therefore, these 5 detectors still have some debris left. Lin Ziming's task is to bring the debris of these devices back for research based on the observed drop trajectory. After returning to the scene, Lin Ziming handed the safe containing the debris to Zheng Guchen. "Academician Zheng, we only found 3 pieces of detector debris this time. The largest one is about 0.6 square meters, and the 2 smallest ones are only the size of a palm. Thank you for your hard work, Colonel Lin." Zheng Guchen took the safe and handed it to his apprentice Zhou Yuangxin. "Zion Ozil, you should immediately analyze the information of the destruction surface and compile a report for me as soon as possible." Zhou Yuangxin solemnly straightened his chest and replied, "Understood. The material of the detector is very strong, so the damage to the destruction surface is mainly caused by electrical energy and thermal energy. In addition, whether it is air friction or the impact when falling to the ground, basically no obvious traces will be left on the wreckage. At most, it will be stained with some soil or vegetation. Therefore, the relevant inspection work is not very troublesome and does not take a long time." An hour later, a report came out. The field strength of the longitudinal magnetite crack is 1.97 mJ, the diffraction effect coefficient is 6.922, and the starting rate is 18%. Looking at the report in front of him, Zengguchen analyzed it one by one. There is not much problem with the field strength value. The field strength of the thunder turbulation must be much higher than that of local lightning. It would be strange if it is lower or similar. The clutter damage is almost zero, which means that the thunder turbulation does not contain other special rays. But when he saw one of the columns, his brows suddenly frowned. 700 MeV point intersection energy level? Huh? Weird. Guo Zhenai on the side leaned over and glanced at the report, and did a simple mental calculation at the same time. 700 MeV acid emission Zeng, isn't this value quite normal? Assuming that the electron atom actually constitutes an electric dipole and substitutes it into the phase difference of orthogonal polarization, the calculated number is about this number. Even if there is an error, at most the last few digits are slightly different, which will not affect the overall magnitude. Acid emission Guo, it's not the situation you said. Zengguchen lowered his head and stared at the number. He raised his left hand to his eyebrows and waved it, then clenched his fist and tapped it gently on the side of his temple. I always feel like I have seen similar values somewhere, and I always feel weird. Then Zengguchen didn't mind the dirtiness and sat down directly on the spot. Although with his height, there was not much difference between sitting and standing. We arrived at the Damo realm in July last year. We have come into contact with things related to electronic energy. Let me think about it. The light gate counts as one. There is also the supercomputer in the Dawn project. The teleportation array in Ziqiang City also counts as one. Oh, right. And Xiao Wang said that when Wu Fan sings, it sounds like an electric eel is discharging electricity. But these have nothing to do with electron volts. What's the problem? Electron volts as he spoke. Zengguchen's eyes suddenly lit up. I remember what it is, recommending a book by a big boss, a masterpiece with 10,000 subscriptions. I became a sage with idle books, a minority of Confucian and Taoist scholars. Chapter 400 The most amazing discoveries since arriving at Damo realm. At the command center of the robbery. Looking at Zengguchen with shining eyes, Lin Ziming hurriedly asked, Acid emission Zeng, what did you think of? Zengguchen was silent for a few seconds, and two words popped out of his mouth. Slate. Lin Ziming was stunned when he heard it. Slate. Zengguchen nodded heavily. That's right. It's the two slates found at the remains of Mo Pidong. If I remember correctly. This report of the detector should be somewhat similar to the reduction of the residual energy level on the slate. After that, he ignored Lin Ziming, turned his head to look at Zhou Yuangxin, and ordered, Xiao Zhou, go and retrieve the detection documents related to the slate. The file number should be between X6 and X10, and your authority should be sufficient. Zhou Yuangxin nodded, understood, I'll check it now. After that, he opened his notebook and logged into an internal system. After a burst of keyboard tapping, Zhou Yuangxin's eyes fixed. Teacher, I found it. According to the archive records, the reduction of the residual electron energy level of the stone slab is about 680,730 MeV. The similarity of other data is also above 66%. 66%. To be honest, this similarity seems a bit low. But don't forget, what remains on the stone slab are photoelectric traces from at least 2 million years ago. Even if the stone slab has a certain capacitance effect, this time span is unimaginably long. With the current technical means of the rabbits or the locals, it is almost impossible to accurately restore various impact information of the stone slab. In the face of this inevitable deviation effect, the final detection of the comparison similarity can be as high as 66%. This is actually a very terrifying value. Thinking of this, Zengguchen's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. He walked up to Tang Pin and said, Old Tang, I have an idea and may need your help. Tang Pin glanced at this old acquaintance. What is it? Tell me, I want to detect the detailed impact data of the thunder turbulation on the stone slab. Tang Pin frowned when he heard this. He waved his fat fingers in front of Zengguchen, a short old man who was also fat, and asked, Zeng Shorty, are you okay? We didn't bring Mo Pidong's slate with us, so how can we do the comparative test? There are a lot of unknown interferences in this kind of thundercloud phenomenon, and even Fatty is not able to transport the slate here by airdrop. Not to mention that Yang Zhengchu is going through the turbulation now. How can we have the ability to measure the data of the thunder turbulation? No, it can be done by operating the energy storage container of condensed microorganisms. Zengguchen's thoughts were unusually clear at this time. He licked the chapped corners of his mouth with his tongue and said, "We have the ion channel instrument invented by academician Pan and others, which can establish a new external channel. As long as a small incision is made on the side of the tribulation crystal array, part of the stored energy of the thunder tribulation can be drawn out. As for the experimental items, although we don't have slates, we have stone whistles." Stone whistle. Lin Ziming on the side blinked, and suddenly remembered something. He looked down and rummaged around in his pocket, and took out the stone whistle that Qilin had given him from his space bag. After the research was completed and it was confirmed that the stone whistle had no other special properties, the command center only collected a small sample and returned the main body of the stone whistle to its original owner. The material of the stone whistle is exactly the same as that of the stone slab. Now that we have the materials and the technology, the plan has a feasible basis. However, Tang Pin was not convinced by this. He was as calm as ever at this time. It seems feasible in theory, but how can the Yang family solve it? With such a big battle, the Yang family can't just watch us tinker with the thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation is related to the future of the entire Zhejiang city. They are not NPCs in the game. They will not stupidly watch you kill the whole family without saying anything. And the Yang family disagrees, and you can't do anything even if you come up with 10 plans. The Yang family can be handed over to me. Hearing Tang Pin's concerns, Ma Ning, who had been silent, suddenly raised his hand. "Everyone, I am a liberal arts student majoring in linguistics and ancient sociology, and I don't understand what you are talking about. But you are experts in this field, and what you say always makes sense. So leave this kind of off-field matter to me, and my old bones will do logistics for you today. At most, we will bleed a little, such as giving them a cheaper price next time we sell 40 fire." Seeing Ma Ning's statement, Tang Pin was silent for a while, and finally said, "In that case, I have no objection. Academician Guo, Academician Wang, what do you think?" Guo Zhenyu and Wang Pudonglei looked at each other and nodded. "I agree with this plan. The 6 academicians at the scene of the tribulation are all top masters in the relevant fields in China, representing the top technical level in China. Therefore, after the 6 of them unanimously approved this plan, the command center agreed quickly without much hesitation. 3 hours later. At this time, Yang Zhengchu had already survived the first round of thunder tribulation and was adjusting his breath to prepare for the next round of body forging. This is one of the requirements put forward by the Yang family. Only after Yang Zhengchu survived the first round of thunder tribulation and everything was normal can the rabbits be allowed to perform other limited operations. About 700 meters away from the closed crystal array, there is a platform about half a meter high. On the platform is placed the stone whistle that the Red Dragon gave to Lin Ziming. By the way, the placement of the stone whistle is completed by robots, so the whole process is not risky. It just looks a bit bluffing. According to the plan designed by Zhang Guchen, the technicians will open a 4mm hole on the edge of the crystal array, and use the ion channel instrument to build a channel to guide the energy of the thunder tribulation to bombard the front of the stone sentry. The specific process is not very difficult, but it is a test of the micromanagement and cooperation of each department. As for whether the thunder tribulation will destroy the stone sentry, it is not very important. As long as the thunder tribulation does not directly annihilate the stone sentry into dust. Even if it is blown into rubble, a lot of information can still be analyzed with the existing local technology. Because this contact is instantaneous. A few tenths of a second is not enough to describe this kind of contact time. As long as the instantaneous energy burst does not evaporate, the remaining part will definitely be able to detect something. Another 15 minutes passed. Everything was ready. Zhang Guchen decisively gave instructions, "Start," as soon as the voice fell. Tang Pin immediately pressed a button. This is an output key for an integrated algorithm, which took 2.5 hours to complete. With the activation of the key position, about 0.3% of the computing power in the Xi'an supercomputer was freed up and started another mode of calculation. After a moment, a 4mm hole quietly appeared somewhere on the side of the crystal array's tribulation shield. Swoosh! The moment the hole appeared, the ion channel instrument set up a channel composed of AR plus ions. This channel is more than 1,300 kilometers long from the initial point in the crystal array. It is also the longest channel that the rabbits have set up so far. At the same time, the channel carries extremely high energy thunder tribulations. Even a certain amount of mistakes may lead to unimaginable experimental accidents. The operator of the channel selection this time was Fen Ping, who was previously responsible for the construction of the Qingchang Mountain Ion Channel. He was also the operator in charge of the CZ docking project at the time and had extremely rich experience. Feng Ping's eyes were fixed on the screen, and his hands were rapidly tapping on the operating table in real time, fine-tuning every crucial data. Finally, 15 minutes later, the ion channel was successfully built. And at the moment the channel was successfully built, in a certain area that was invisible to the naked eye, a high-energy thunder turbulation passed through the channel at lightning speed and hit the stone sentry heavily. Pa! The stone whistle was pierced by the thunder turbulation without any suspense. But it can be clearly seen from the ultra-high-speed camera that the main body of the stone whistle was not blown apart. This is a more perfect result than Zheng Gucheng and others expected. At the same time as the high-energy reaction was detected, Feng Ping immediately interrupted the ion channel and resealed the loopholes in the original crystal array. On the other side, Zhou Yuangxin controlled the robot on standby and immediately put the stone whistle into a container. Then it was transported back to the scene. The entire experiment lasted for a short time, and there was not much opportunity for language communication. In addition to the preset instructions, it all depended on the tacit understanding between each other. Obviously, this was a perfect experiment. When the stone whistle was transported back, the analysis work could be carried out at any time. It was mentioned before. There are two types of Yuanying tribulation. One is the previous heart demon tribulation, which is the tribulation that Mo Pidong died in. The other is the thunder tribulation that Yang Zhangchu is going through now. Therefore, the thunder tribulation does not contain any power related to the mind or soul, but is purely a kind of materialized energy impact. It's just that the bodybuilding material in it has yet to be analyzed. Therefore, it is relatively easy to detect the electron energy level caused by the bombardment of thunder tribulation, without considering the influence of spiritual power. Half an hour later, the results came out. Report: after testing, the spectrum of the SOLA area, MI area, and V area of the stone whistle by the thunder turbulation is as similar as 98% with the spectrum of the three areas analyzed by the detector. The attenuation value calculated by the residual energy level mimicry model is only 0.00067 standard weak attenuation Greek letter sigma values different from the stone slab residue. Zhou Yuangxin held the report in his hand and reported excitedly. In other words, the robbery cloud is highly suspected to be a man-made creation. Note: I would like to ask everyone's opinions here. Some readers said that they wanted me to write a character overview, otherwise it is easy to forget the name. Do you think it is necessary to write it? Leave 1 if you think it is necessary, and leave 2 if you don't. I woke up in the afternoon and felt a little confused. I used facial cleanser as toothpaste. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.